Tak sme tu. Skúsim vytočiť ešte jedného nuláka, skúsim vytočiť ešte jedného nulstera. Samozrejme musím byť dole, lebo z dola najväčšia šanca, že sú boostery do železnej ligy. V džungli najviac boosterov do železnej ligy je dole, v spodnej línii a potom džungleri. Treba sa vyvarovať, treba na nich dať oko. Sú to skúrení bastardi, mentálne oddaní kripli, zdegenerované bytosti, ktoré boostujú účty do železnej 4. A nedá sa s tým nič robiť. Situácia je taká, aká je. Žijeme na svete primitívnych hovien. Zaostávajú primitívne mentálne retardované ľudské rasy. Skúsim vytočiť ešte jedného nuláka, skúsim vytočiť ešte jedného nulstera. Takže tá situácia nie je dobrá. Včera bola nápojka klasická, dneska Invasion. Takže vytočiť jedného nulstera, pozrieť sa na basketbal, dať tam ešte zopár výhier, zopár laxných výhier. Takže uvidíme. Máme tu nápojku, originálna Invasion nápojka samozrejme, originálna šlamastika, originálny petolízač. Čo to je, ukážeme si to. Je to Invasion nápojka. Tento časdací nápojku. Je to klasická Invasion nápojka. Klasické 250 ml súdok, klasický súdok, malá srvatka. My samozrejme skúsim vytočiť toho nulstera a na to potom vypnúť Black Desert, aby neboli disconnecty. Popri tom, ako skúsim vytočiť nulstera, samozrejme pozrieme sa na Fallout, čo je tam nové, nejaké srvatky. Takže spodná línia sedí. Treba sa vyvarovať hlavne boosterov do železnej ligy, ktorí skúšajú a boostujú. Boostery do železnej ligy, to sú pekne tupé, pekne zaostalé hovná. Všetci to vieme, všetci to poznáme. Stretávame sa s tými gašparskými, tupými, náhnitými, sprostými a mentálne retardovanými boostermi. Áno, Nahnitá ľudská rasa skurvesenských bastardov, cipoidov, odrovnaných bytostí. Vo Falloute je nová sezóna 15 budúci týždeň, takže to bude veľmi drsné. Dneska sa teda dozvieme v Path of Exile, že teda aký náskok si spravím, no Path of Exile určite začnem točiť. To je 90% šance, Path of Exile začneme točiť, Path of Exile vždy točíme, vždy to vytáčame. Plán je tiež, aj teraz je taký plán v podstate vytáčať Path of Exile. Mikroskop, biometrický skener, plaši, tankty, expedície. Toto môžeme rerollnúť. Dobre, tak tentokrát mi to vyšlo veľmi zle, máme jeden level up. Som dostal, čo je problém. No nič, tentokrát to vyšlo veľmi zle. Až do takého šarlatánstva, že budem nútený použiť reroll sem. A takisto reroll sem. Až do takého šarlatánstva sme sa dostali tentokrát. Tá brokovnica to pôjde. Zvoláme nejakú brokovnicu a sprasíme ich. Tu problém nie je. Mám pepper shaker, nemám? Teda to nejakú brokovnicu. Takže ako prvé spájeme, mám skonzumovať zase ten čaj. No dobre. What do you want, Degen? Be quiet and focus on yourself. Good. One free defeat lies with Degen and mate. Nič, budem musieť dožniť asi ja, ako to Siana s Ignitom. I'm top. Sure feeder. Who we want top? Robiť ten čaj. Trošku. Oni to spustili, tie kokoty. Kokot nedodžil. Nevadí, tak prehráme. Z jednej prehry sa predsa ešte páni šovinizmus nestrieľa, poznáme to. Z jednej prehry sa šovinizmus nestrieľa. Z jednej prehry sa šovinizmus nestrieľa, páni. Dobre, zapamätajte si, z jednej prehry sa šovinizmus nestrieľa. Má dodžnúť, ten skurvy si nedodžil. Tak prehra ako skurvené hovno bastardi. Lebo to je to, čo je, reprezentuje skurvené bastardi hovno. Si čo reprezentuješ, poznáme to. A čo reprezentuje ten Fizz? Skurvené bastardi hovno, preto je čo? Preto je skurvené bastardi hovno. Veľmi dobre tomu rozumiete, páni. Veľmi dobre. Si čo reprezentuješ? Reprezentuješ kurvu? Si kurva? Kradený pláši. No. Pláši bude. Teraz máme skorumpovaného kokota na tope. Skorumpovaného bastarda, ktorý je psychicky narušený v mozgu. Stáva sa to? V živote sa nezvyknem na týchto primitívnych kokotov. V živote. Nejaké tupy. Ako prvé, čo tá kurva spraví, je postaviť sa k svojej veže ako primitívny skurvený hajzel. Čo chceš ty sprosto kurva nahnitá? Čo chceš ty sprosto nahnitá kurva? Si mal dodžnúť. Si povedal, že dodžneš ty kurva. Si povedal, že dodžneš ty kurva nahnitá. Mentálne odrovaný, zhnitý zombie človek. Zombie primitívny bastardi cip. Čo ty sprosté hovno vyjebané v mozgu? Čo ty narušený individuálny bastard? Čo ty chuj kokota? Tupé sprosto vyjebané hovno. Skorumpovaného degeneráta. Mentálneho všiváka. Primitívneho bastarda. Už ma nebavíte, páni, takže v kľude dohráme túto petolízečku, dobre? V kľude dohráme túto petolízečku, dobre? V kľude. Kde stojí ten kokot? Aký je to sprostý kokot? Neviem, mne to prípadá, že tí kokoti im píšu, že aby ma zabili. Lebo on vždy zastane a niečo robí. Normálne prípada, že tí kokoti píšu do môjmu týmu, zabite ho, ja mu nepomôžem. Normálne to tak vyzerá. Čo ak tí kokoti naozaj v mojom týme primitívnych bastardov im píšu? Že aby ma zabili. Že on ma nechá zabiť. Že mi nebude nejako pomáhať. Je úplný kokot ten Warwick. Je úplný kokot. Kokoti. Musím go usnúť. Jebnutý. Zajebaný mozgofil. Čo sa deje dole? Dole je bašta fragov. Dole sa to bašti. Dole sa to bašti. Dole sa to bašti, kurvy sa baštia. Kurva naháňa. Talia, to je kokot, stále má flash. Sprostý tupý kokot. Toplenerská kurva. Bastardi cíp. Bastardi zhýralec. Ale... Nemám moc many, to znamená prehodím ho a pôjdem naspäť. Dobre, nafetoval sa. Musím počkať, kým odíde aggro. Nafetoval sa znova. Primitívne, sprosté, vyjebané hovno. Tu bola otázka času, kedy tupa kurva na tope zomre. Jedna výhoda. Zhýralec dole. Zhýralci. Nafetuj sa, dal si do nosa. Dal si do nosa to zhýrale hovno. Veže je za nami. Idem na mid. Si nakúpim veci. Tupí sprostí zaostali bastardi cíp. To je úplný kokot, ten Fizz. To je úplný kokot, úplný zhýralý kokot. Kokonu prišiel pomôcť, to neuveriteľné. Tupý zíralec. To je neuveriteľné. Tá tupá Lilia má viacej mozgu. Ako by jeden povedal. To je niečo neuveriteľné. To je niečo neuveriteľné. Spasila toho kokota na tom ide. Spasila toho primitívneho sráča na tom ide. Je úplný kokot ten Fizz, to je tak tupý, sprostý, schátraný degener. Podobne ako ten Warwick. Ten má v hlave nasraté. To je schizofrenický, zdegenerovaný chuj. A tento dobieha, resetuje svoje zlato. A zhýralý kokot sa nechal šmiknúť. Zhýralý dement. Kto by toho povedal? Tupý, primitívny pes v hlave nabrúskaný. Sa nechá zabiť ako dobité hovno. Primitívny kaliber kurvy a schátranej bytosti. Úplný tupohlav. Až potom vidie tu a zíralého hajzla tu. Plný kokoti. Nemôžem ísť ani proknúť nič. Ten kokot použila, ten kokot nemá ultimu, to primitívne zhýrale kokotské hovno. A kde je vyjebaný Fizz? Naspäť niekde v základni. Úplné kokoty ľudia. Úplne nahnité, tupé, sprosté, retardované kokoty. Mňa by zaujímalo, na koho ten kokot používa ultimu, čo s ňou robí ten vyjebaný bastard, keď ju v živote nemá na easy killy, ale v živote. To je neuveriteľné, akého primitíva mám na mide. Akého bastardieho hajzla Kaina. To je absolútne... To je niečo do neba volajúce, keď si to bude sprostý. Totálne vyjebaný v mozgu. Ale na totálku. Na totálku jebnutý. Úplne mŕtvomozog. Úplne mŕtvomozog. Nám ide easy killy, ale bohužiaľ. Plný kokot. Plný kokot. Plný schátranec. Úplný dojebaný mentálny kokotiv šivák. A na Warwicka. Bože, to je kokot. Bože, to je primitív. Bože, to je primitív ten človek. To je tupý, sprostý, zabruzganý, jebnutý primitív. Niečo neuveriteľné sprosté. Niečo neuveriteľné mŕtve. Niečo neuveriteľné psychicky dobité. Niečo neuveriteľné narušené. Ale neuveriteľne narušený ten Kain, ale neuveriteľne jebnutý v mozgu. Ale neuveriteľné. Neuveriteľne jebnutý. Neuveriteľne sprostí ľudia, ty kokos. Tak dobitý v mozgu sráča ako nikto. Ale výhoda je jedna. No musím odtiaľto odísť do prdele. Upis prostý, zabruzganý kokoti dement Warwick. V mozgu dobitý kvadrantský hajzel. Chcem zavrdávať spodnú časť, lebo teraz sa budem hýbať v spodnej časti. Tu stále vežu, ho. Zabrozgané kokoty. V mozgu nahnité individuálne bytosti kurvy. To je jebnutí ľudia. Totálne nahnití v mozgu. Na totálku dobitý. Na totálku dobitý, na totálku odhnitý. Na totálku mŕtvý. Plný kokoti v mozgu zabruzganý. Tupý, sprostý Warwick. Psychicky narušený Kaliber kurvy. Podobne ako ten jebnutý, psychicky narušený Kain. A zabrozgané kokoty. Volí kokoti. Plné kokoty ľudia. Úplné kokoty nabruzgané. V mozgu vyjebané jedince. Niečo neskutočne tupé a postihnuté. A neuveriteľné, akí sú tí ľudia kokoti. Oni sa nechajú úplne vysierať. Úplne svojou vlastnou narušenosťou. Nič, tlačím to tu. To je príliš ťažké súboje proti Luxom Morgane s týmito kriplami. Má to hlavne kokoty. Musím ísť na top. Príliš ťažké súboje s týmito vyjebanými kokotmi. Tupými v mozgu narušený bastardami. Potom plus všetky fragy zobrali bastardi, úplný kokoti. Úplný kokot ten Fizz. Len aký je tupý. Úplný narušenci, ty kokos. Totálne tupí, sprostí, jebnutí narušenci. Ale neskutočné mŕtve bytosti hnoja. A neskutočné mŕtve bytosti hnoja. A neuveriteľný hnoj. Ten Fizz, ten kokot nevie trafiť easy ultimu. Ten primitívny hnoj nevie trafiť ľahkú ultimu. Neviem, čo bol kokot. Úplne dojebaný hnoj. Úplný hnoj. Úplné hnoje. Ľudské, zdegenerované, tupé, sprosté, všivavé, narušené hnoje. Úplný hnoj, ty kokos. Títo ľudia majú v hlave tak vyhnojené, sú tak sprostí, tak jebnutí. Úplné hnoje. To, že zoberú všetky killy a sú na totálnu sračku, to je úplný hnoj tento človek, to je hnoj. To je hnoj kokota, to je mŕtvomozog. To je úplný hnoj, ty kokos. To je hnoj degeneráta a psychicky narušenej kurvy. To je totálny hnoj ten človek. To sú totálne hnoje. Niečo neuveriteľné, tupé, sprosté. Piče, skurvenej. Vy dojebané kokotské hnoje do piče. To sú tak jebnutí, primitívne, dojebaní ľudia. Nič to nevie do piče. Nič, tí toplanery, to sú jebnuté hnoje. To sú dojebané, mŕtvé hnoje, kokot. Psychicky narušený, neužitočný kokoti do piče. Tupé, ja som vedel, co že to je príliš ťažké proti Morgane a Lux, to nedáš s týmito hnojmi. To ťa trafí jeden a ťa dobijú, tie hnoje majú v hlave najebané. To sú tupé, odhnité hnoje kokota. Ultimátne hnoje. Jebnutí ľudia. Narušený kaliber, hen čo robí ten hnoj, to je jebnutý bot. To je bot, to nevie nič ten topléner, to sú kurvy dojebané. To sú kurvy na tom tope. To sú diafrázoví kokoti, ten človek nič nevie. On má v hlave úplne nasraté. Ale totálne nasraté. To je úplný hnoj, hen na toho hnoja, to sú toplénery, takéto hnoje. To je úplný hnoj. Hnoj dementa. Úplný hnoj, hen čo robí. Hen čo robí, to sú toplénej. Diafrázové kokotie hnoje. A nikto na ňo reagovať nebude na tohto hnoja. Nikto. Nikto ich tam nepôjde zabiť. Nechajú toho hnoja sa úplne spekať jak kokota. Nechajú toho vyjebaného hnoja sa spekať jak kokota. Úplný hnoj. Diafrázový kokoti vyjebaný žumpák. Úplný degeneráti v mozgu narušený. V mozgu narušení psychicky dojebaní hnojáci. Ktorí nereagujú na... Keby sa hýbali okolo toho Warwicka, tie kurvy, ten zápas vyhrali. Ale to v živote nevysvetlíš tým hnojom. Aby sa hýbali okolo jedného tupého toplénera hnoja, ktorého keď pôjdu zabiť, môžu mať, ne, to je jedno, to je demencia. To je úplne jedno, to je demencia hnojov. Neviem, keby som bol Juggernaut, žil by som? Keby som mal tú tenacitu, pôjdem asi tú tenacitu a unflinching vyskúšame. Vyskúšame to. Už keď chodím, môžem, skúsime Yugiho. Sú úplne hnoje. Hnoje kokota. Títo ľudia nevedia absolútne nič. Ale absolútne nič. Tento kokot v živote neengagene ultimov. V živote nič normálne nevyprodukuje. To je úplný hnoj. To je totálny župný kokoti hnoj. Zobrali všetky killy, ja mám ani 1 kill. Killy majú hnoje. Hnoje kokotov. Hnoje primitívnych dementov. Plných dojebancov mozgovo mŕtvych. Plné hnoje. Plný hnoj ten Kain. Plný hnoj. Primitívne hnoje. Hnoje kokotov. Hnoje dementov. Úplné hnoje. Odhnité, tupé, sprosté, jebnuté, narušené hnoje. Úplné hnoje. Všetky killy zobrali tie sprosté, narušené, jebnuté hnoje. Všetky. A sú na totálnu sračku. Sú na totálne sprostého jebnutého žochara. Tupé, sprosté. Narušené, zaostalé, jebnuté, Hnoje. Teď zkusíme Yugiho. Zkusíme Yugiho. To je jebnuté hnoje. Plný hnoj. Úplne narušený žocherský hnoj. Úplne hnoje, kokota. Úplne hnoje. Dva tupé, sprosté, jebnuté, narušené. Úplne hnoje. Vyžierajú Morganu non-stop tie hnoje. Úplne tupé, sprosté, narušené, jebnuté hnoje. Úplne hnoje. Úplne hnoje, kokota. Sprosté, tupé, narušené hnoje. Úplne hnoje. Úplne hnoje. Žumpy hnojské, ty kokos. Hnoje žumpy. Hnoje žump. Hnoje žump. Hnoje žump a demento. Nič viac, nič menej. Hnoje žump a demento. Úplný kokoti, hej, na neho. Úplný dojebaný analfabeti. Úplné hnoje. Úplné hnoje. Bože, ty hnoj! Ty vorvikovský, dojebaný, odhnitý hnoj! Tupý, sprostý, jebnutý hnoj! Jebnutý kokoti. V mozgu nahnitého kalibru hnoja. No je kokota. Tupé, sprosté hnoje. Úplný hnoj, úplne krivý, tupý, jebnutý hnoj. Nič viac, nič menej. Hnoj. Hnoj dementa. Hnoj totálne odnitého, tupého, sprostého, jebnutého, zdegenerovaného, mozgovo zaostalého, psychicky dobitého, tupého dementa. Úplný hnoj. Úplný hnojáci, digokos. Tupý, má ultimu ten Warwick, pripomínam, ten hnoj. Ne, to sú jebnuté, tupé, psychomorfné, dojebané hnoje. Ten Fist je úplný hnoj. Ten hnoj, ten človek nevie nič. To sú úplne dojebané hnoje títo ľudia. Niečo neskutočne vyjebané tupé. Má ultimu ten Warwick, pripomínam stále. Má ultimu ten sprostý hnoj. Má ultimu ten tupý hnoj. Tupý, sprostý hnoj. Úplné hnoje. Šialené, sprosté, zasrané hnoje. Hen na tie hnoje. Pripomínam, že ten hnoj mal ultimu. Pripomínam, že tieto tupé, jebnuté hnoje tupé, jebnuté, psychicky zdefragmentované, dojebané, chorské, mŕtvomozgové, neskutočne jebnuté, tupé, sprosté, neužitočné hnoje. Niečo neuveriteľné hnojské. Niečo neuveriteľné tupé. Niečo neuveriteľné narušené a niečo neuveriteľné vyjebané sa grupuje na tom tope. Pekne si naspäť top. Ako to, čo top lanery sú, to je hnoj kokota. To je hnoj. To je totálny hnoj. To sú tak sprosté, zaostalé, tupé, narušené. Fucking dumb. Shit. As expected. 7-12, hnoj na tope. Hnoj, nič to nevie ten hnoj. Absolútny hnoj. Hnoje kokotov. Hnoje primitívov. Hnoje mentálne zaostalých skurvisinov. Keď si zohľadám, aký damage som dal, 15 000 na 18, nie je zle. Na to, že som v podstate skoro nič nebojoval, lebo nebolo čo bojovať, lebo tupé hnoje, psychicky narušené, jebnuté, v mozgu vydrbané, protože tí ľudia sú tak sprosté kokoty. Ale tak neskutočne tupé, sprosté, zaostalé kokoty, aké si nežal. Pikujem si top, hýbem sa okolo soulínie, budem úplne ignorovať spodné kurvy, skúsime to znova klasikou a ideme Juggernauta. Ideme Juggernauta, ignorujem spodné kurvy, hýbem sa okolo druhej soulínie, kde je môj midlaner. Tam budem ja. Tiež. Ideme Juggernauta, prejdeme ich vákuum. Juggernaut. No ako naozaj to potrebujem, ak ma chytia do toho stánu, potrebujem v čom byť čo najkratšie. Ako reálne by som možno prežil, keby som mal Juggernauta, možno tá šanca tam je. Nie som si moc istý, nakoľko by som prežil. Hovorím tam, to sú totálne kokoty, to boli tak tupé hnoje. Tak tupé, jebnuté, psychicky narušené hnoje. Aj ten Kain, aj každý z týchto primitívov. V mozgu totálne, ale nasraté, sprosté bytosti. Úplný kokoti. Úplný žvásti. Tí toplené, to sú tak sprosté kurvy. Ale tak tupé, sprosté kurvy sú na tom tope. To sú mentálne mŕtve bytosti, ktoré sa nevedia ani vysrať. Z nejakého neznámeho dôvodu kokot si namiesto Siona zobal Warwicka ten hnoj, ten trus kokota. Prečo? Ja netuším. Tupý, sprostý, jebnutý hnoj. Toto bol môj marksman, toto bol môj fist, toto bol ich damage. 0 bodové hnoje, ty kokos. Úplne odhnojené bytosti kokota. Niečo neskutočne sprosté. Ale neuveriteľné tupé, ty kokos. Kriste Ježiš. Jak môžete byť tak sprostý? Bože, toto je taký kokot, tento midlaner. Tupý, sprostý, narušený hnoj. Toto je jeho prvý účet. Začiatočnícka tupá kurva. Tupá, začiatočnícka kurva v mozgu nabrúzganá. Takého hnoja som dostal na mid. Pikujem si naspäť mid. Hnoj skápe pokriem top. Pikujem si midače. Radšej si pikujem mid, to sú také hnoje tam na tom ide. Pikujem si midujeme klasický šovinizmus v midu. Ak dostajem booster do železnej 4, tak dodge nám nič sa nedá robiť. Kokos, ty ľudia sú tak sprosté kokoty. Ale tak neskonale tupé. Ale tak sprosté. Kriste Ježiši. Ne, to ste, ja nevyjadzujem souliniami, no. Lebo ja dospejem vždy k tomu istému, čo dospejem vždy. Ja si zbytočne pikujem ten spodok. Midlaner hnoj je reálne ako 2 hnoje v soulíniách. Ak máš midlanera 7-8 a toplanera 7-12 je koniec. Ten zápas si prehral. S tým nespravíš nič. Kdežto keď sú dole 2 hnoje, tak sa ešte dá vyhrať. Ale v momente, ako máš hnoja midlanera, hnoja toplanera, je koniec, si prehral. Je úplne, je koniec. Vždy dospiem k tomu istému. Ale vždy. Je to strašne depresívne, tá spodná línia, ale s 2 hnojmi dole sa ešte dá vyhrať. Ale v živote nevyhrať s hnojom midlanerom a s hnojom toplanerom. V živote. To reálne možné nie je. Pretože ten Warwick bol úplne stratený vo vlastnej piči. Ten človek nevedel, čo má robiť. Ten kokot vôbec netušil, čo má robiť. Fist to bol úplne, to bol kokot, to bol kurva, to bol začiatočnícky primitív, ktorý netušil nič, nevedel. Úplný dement. Midlaner dement, ktorý nevedel sa ani vysrať. Ani vysrať. Úplný degener postihnutého rangu. Úplný primitívny žochár. A v živote nevyhráš, ak máš midlanera kurvu a toplanera takúto kurvu. V živote. Ako ty, to bol stratený vo vlastnom hnoji. Vo vlastnom hnoji sa žumpával. Proste žumpa na tope, žumpa, hnoj. Hnoj, žumpa, hnoj. Tento človek vyjebaný s Ignitom, mŕtvomozok kokotskej kurvy. Schátraný jedinec primitívneho bastarda. Niečo neskonalé, akí sú ľudia sprostí. Oni netušia, oni nevedia, oni neexistujú. To sú dojebané, tupé, sprosté bytosti hnoja. Nie sú, neexistujú, neurobia, nespravia. Nič nevedia, nič. Niečo neuveriteľné, žochársky sprosté a tento Kain to bol totálny kokot, takisto. 3 solínie, 3 kurvy si automaticky prehral. Si automaticky prehral do piče. Je úplne jedno, čo je dole. Je úplne jedno, čo je dole. Aj keď bol dole kokot boh opad s profesionálnym fakerom alebo s Denikom, ten zápas sme v živote nedali. V živote. V živote. S týmito hnojmi v solíniach. Respektíve, keď bol dole opadal, alebo nejaký kokot dole. To je úplne jedno. To je úplne jedno. Lebo ty... To je úplne jedno. Hnoje v solíniach, to je koniec. Ako niečo tak vyjebané, ako bol ten. Hen na jeho build. Hen na jeho glass kanóni. Profesionálny build glass kanóna. Profesionálny build glass kanóna. Tak sa odsýpa hnoj. Tí Kainovia, ktorí robia najviac, to sú bohužiaľ práve Kainovia, ktorí si postavia Gordrinkera. Gordrinkera môže dokopy s Black Cleaverom. Ťažko povedať, ale najviac som videl dominovať Kainov, ktorí si postavia Gordrinkera. Tú kokotinu. Tú sračku, tak sa to volá, tuším, ne? Proste Glass Cannon Kainovia, to sú hnoje. To sú tupé, sprosté, vyjebané hnoje. To sú mentálne mŕtve bytosti, kurvy. Ako sa nám môže povedať, či by Yellowbird nebol lepší na môj agresívny štýl, do piče zase neviem. Ako Yellowbird má jednu veľkú výhodu, neautoatakuje veže. To autoatakovanie veží je strata, no. No nič, prechádza naspäť na Yellowbirda. Prechádza naspäť na Yellieho. Je to tu naspäť. Je to naspäť. Znova som zistil to isté, čo zistujem vždy. Ak nemám damage, reálne sa vyhrávať nedá. Lebo ja to aj tak môžem, ja nemôžem dostať ten stan, ja to musím oborať. Ak nemám cheap shot, damage, 30 AP odtiaľto, toho Huntera, ten rýchly pohyb. A tu potom Triumph a Coup de Grace, naspäť Yellieho. Ja sa vždy vrátim k Yellowbirdovi, vždy. Pretože tie zápasy sa nedajú vyhrať. Tie zápasy... Lebo ja prehrávam zápasy, ktoré by som mal vyhrať. Ako minulý zápas som mal vyhrať. Kvôli čomu som ho nevyhral. Kvôli tomu, že som nedával damage. Lebo ja aj tak idem Deadmana, Relajku a Baraniu helmu. Ako reálne ja idem tučný build. A toto je ten problém. Ja idem skôr defenzívny build. Ak pôjdem defenzívne mastery s defenzívnym buildom, tak nedám damage. Ak nedáme damage, sme stratení, sme v hovne. Nevyhrám ten zápas. Takže naspäť Jelino, naspäť ku koreňom, naspäť mid lane, hýbať sa, to je v piči. Žochárska spodná línia dvoch kuriek bude znova nažierať, jak mentálne zaostalé z H3 kokota. Ako vždy, dojebané kurvy dole dve. Ty kokos, títo ľudia, to sú tak sprosté hnoje. Ale tak tupé kokoty. A v živote to sú... Proste on neengagene, on nedá. On nedá tú ultimu, on neengagene s tou ultimu. On nespraví nič, ten tupý hnoj bude čakať na kill stealy. Ten tupý, sprostý, narušený hnoj bude vzadu stáť a čakať na kill stealy. Začiatočnícky primitívny bastard, normálny drafter, ktorý skúša rankové zápasy z času na čas. Povedal si po neviem koľko, kedy naposledy odsýpal rankový zápas ten tupý kokot. Nebol to jeho prvý v živote do piče? Nebol. Proste to je tupé hovno. To je sprostý kokot. Neskutočne jebnutý mozgu narušený. Neskutočne žochár. Neskutočne primitívny hajsel. A neuveriteľné. A neuveriteľné tupé hovno. A neuveriteľné sprostý kokot. Proste nemám damage. Proste ho nemám. Neviem, jak je to možné do piče. Prečo nemám damage? Jak je to možné? Ten chipshot robí strašne veľa. A tých 30 AP asi robí strašne veľa. Týchto 30 AP asi by strašne veľa. 30 AP, cheap shot, asi aj ten Harvest, že ho prokne, Coup de Grace do toho. Neviem, jak je to možné, proste to sú jediné mastery, ktoré keď mám, tak som schopný, proste cítim tú silu. Každé ostatné som slabý do piče, som slabý. Ja to neviem, ako je to možné si to vyzerať, som slabý. To sú jediné mastery, ktoré sú schopné držať si štandard, kde naozaj cítim, áno, teraz ich zabíjam. Ten cheap shot robí strašne veľa. Cheap shot dáva strašne veľa damage vždy. Toto je to, čo rozhoduje. A tých 30 AP asi tiež, tieto dve veci asi. To znamená, teoreticky to, čo by som mal urobiť, je ísť Aftershock a druhé ísť cheap shot a Poro tuto. Bo to sú dve najdôležitejšie damageové mastery podľa štatistík. Lenže problém je ten, že bez triumfu vieme všetci, že nespravím ani hovno. Ten triumf je brutálne dôležitý, to rovno môže len. Asi aj ten Coup de Grace do toho tých 8% návrh. Je to neuveriteľné, ale to neexistuje. Čokoľvek iné ako tieto masteries, a to sa nedá. Lebo ja verím tomu, ja som presvedčený o tom, že tento zápas by som vytočil nuláka. Tento zápas by som vytočil nuláka, keby som mal. Lebo ja aj tak chodím naspäť non-stop. Vlastne ten heal nemá pre mňa efekt. Ten heal je pre niekoho, kto ostáva na večné veky v línii. Vlastne toto nemá pre mňa efekt. Lebo áno, ono má to healne, lenže ja ten heal nepotrebujem, ja idem aj tak naspäť. Zbytočne ma to healne, povedzme, zo 40, poviem príklad, má to healne z 20% na 30%, ne? Alebo 40%, je to úplne jedno, idem aj tak naspäť. Ten heal pre mňa nemá efekt. Keď sa na tým zamyslíme logicky, hej, a na čom je heal, keď aj tak ideš naspäť? Ja tam neostanem s tým životom, proste mňa to nehealne na full aj tak. Mňa to healne, ako sme tam videli tie čísla, to je 10% môjho života, maximálne. A ja idem aj tak naspäť tým pádom. No, to sú hnoje, to sú hnoje. Vstupe proste zabednené hnoje. Ako mať dvoch solíny a dve hnoje, to je automatická prehra. Mať midlane a kokota tople a kokota si prehral. Je úplne jedno, čo máš dole. Si prehral. A keď ti hovorím, hento by ani kokot faker nevyhral. Hento by faker, keď bol sám dole, nevyhral ten zápas. Nevyhral by ho. Nie s týmito hnojmi. Nemal by to. To nedáš proste. To nedáš. Nemáš ako. Hnoj na mide, hnoj na tope, hnoj v džungli si skončil. 3 solie, 3 kokoty je koniec. Prehráš. Je úplne jedno, čo máš dole. Faker by to vyhral iba vtedy z dola, ak by im to niekto z druhého týmu avkol. Keby mali avkera, keby sme hrali proti 4. Ale to je hnoj, ty kokos, títo ľudia. To sú hnoje. To sú tupé, sprosté, narušené, jebnuté hnoje. Teraz neviem, či neprodukuje výsledky spodná línia, alebo prehrávam kvôli tomu, že nechodím Yellowbirda. To sú zase tie otázky. Kvôli čomu prehrávam. Sú to masteries, je to spodná línia. Ja si naozaj myslím, že keby som mal Yellowbirda, tak ten zápas by som aj vyhral. Pretože ja nemôžem mať ten demolish, to zničenie veci, proste tie peniaze z veží, to je hovno, to ti nevyhrá zápas. Proste to je strata času autoatakovať veži, ja to hovorím stále. Kvôli tomu ja prehrám zápasy. Ja musím potlačiť líniu a roamovať. To ti nevyhrá zápas. Ty zbytočne zničíš 2 alebo 3 veže rýchlo, to ti nevyhrá zápas. Ty potrebuješ killy. Tie veže ti nevyhrajú zápas. Nie s týmito lebo veľmi často budú takíto primitívovia, ktorí majú v hlave násraté. A aby som s takými primitívmi vyhral, potrebuješ killy. Potrebuješ každú líniu potlačiť na väžu a roamovať. A nemôžeš autoatakovať väžu ako kokot. Ty zbytočne zničíš tie 2-3 väže, to ti nevyhrá zápas. To ti práve, že prehrá zápas, lebo potom línie budú tlačiť dopredu a nebudeš im mať zabíjať tých kokotov. To ti prehrá zápas. Čo je Proxan? Čo to je za kokota? Čo to je z dupého kokota? Prečo spomínajú? Vyzerá ako mentálne zaostalý. Ja na to ako vyzerá. Mentálne retardovaný. Ja na tú fotku. Ja na ten spičený účes. Tak to píču, som nemá skúsenosti s hovnom. Ten bol v plienkach, keď som ja začínal s League of Retardov. Sú primitívni ľudia. On asi odsýpa, on je džungler, takže ty poviem, že odsýpa Brenda. Ty poviem, že odsýpa Brenda v džungli. Ale to je jedno, či prehám alebo nie, hlavne potrebujem neskapať. Lebo naozaj, ja kvôli tomu strácam. Takže to autoatakovanie veží, toto je zlozvyk, ktorý musím vypustiť. Preto nemám rád Demolish, preto vždy prestane mať rád Demolish, pretože tie peniaze z veží ti nepomôžu. Ty potrebuješ skilly. A keď autoatakuješ väžu, ničíš väžu, tak asi niekde, asi nedávaš skilly, ne? To je logické. Pretože strácaš čas kokockou väžou, rozumieme sa. Takže toto je asi najväčší problém tých Masteries, to autoatakovanie väží. Ja aj tak nemôžem ich chodiť, ja musím chodiť Jellyho, to je prvá vec, pretože je to úplne jedno, aj tak idem Deadmana, Relajku a Baraniu helmu za sebou, hej. To znamená, ja aj tak nie som nejaký ľahký cieľ na zabitie. Ale je to neuveriteľné, že proste hociaké iné Masteries ako Yellowbird, som slabý. Som slabý oproti tým, ja to nechápem. Asi naozaj tých 30 AP a ten cheap shot, a aj tento Relentless Hunter, že naozaj oveľa rýchlejšie som v línii, oveľa rýchlejšie som tam, kde mám byť. Asi to naozaj rozhoduje o všetkom. Pretože to je masívna degenerácia. Alebo naozaj rozhoduje to, že ak máš midlane a toplane a kokota, tak si automaticky prehral takisto. Ak tvoj midlaner je sračka, ktorá nič nevie, ak tvoj toplane je sračka, ktorá nič nevie, si automaticky prehral. To asi takisto rozhoduje. Asi naozaj musím stykovať s tým midom a druhým topom. Lebo spodné línie fakt nerozhoduje, je úplne jedno, kto tam je. To nerozhoduje. To nerozhoduje zápasy, lebo vždy, aj keď má spodné línie kurvy, ktoré nič nerobia. To nie sú oni, ktorí prehrali ten zápas. Ja si to pamätám. To je jungler kokot, toplaner kokot, ktorí nič nerobia, nič nevedia. Takže hovorím. To je... Ako ja to veľmi dobre viem, že tie spodné línie nijako neovplyvňujú tie zápasy. Oni nerozhodujú o tých zápasoch. Soul línie rozhodujú o tom, ktorý tým vyhrá. Má ten top, má to Urgota. Chod do neho, ty primitív. Chod do neho, ty primitív. Čo za kokota si? Čo za nahnitého, tupého, sprostého, vyjebaného kokota si? Čo za tupú mozgovú kurvu zase mám na tope? Čo za tupú mozgovú kurvu mám na tope? Ako má zmysel sa no minimálne raz ho zabiť, next takenem. Minimálne, lebo na začiatku sa to Urgot ešte dá zabiť. Ešte stále mám Ghost. Minimálne ho raz steknúť. Jediné, čo stačí, ty sprostá tupa kurva. Bože, ty tupý kokot, mentálne narušený, tchorský. Musíme ho zabiť teraz, kým nedá level up, ty tchor. Vyjebaný, tupý, sprostý, už dole na to v živote nejdem. Hýbem sa okolo spodnej línie, kurev. Hovorím, raz zabijem toho toplene a stačilo. Raz ho zabijem vždy na stack a potom mám úplne upičiť do odchora. Úplne upičiť, to sú psychicky narušení mentálni tchorovia. Idem dole, tam dole ich dávajú. Takže odtiaľ dole sa bude trošku točiť tie fragy. Hovorím, raz zabijem vždy doplanera na začiatku, kým ho je ešte relatívne ľahké zabiť, aby som dal stack do Huntera. Plný kokot. Samozrejme, že to minú predtým, ako tam dojdem, tieto kokoty nevedia počkať na mňa. Zaostale tupe kurvy. Úplne dojebaní ľudia. Zaostalého kalibru kokota. Hente stojí Morgana. Plný kokoti. Mozgu zabrzganí degeneráti, ktorí sa nevedia ani vysrať, úplne jebnutí dementi. Toto je presne ono. Úplný kokoti mozgu zabrzganí. Toplen, úplná kurva. Úplne kokoty. Prehodím ho a majú v hlave nasraté nič. 0-bodový mozog kripla. Úplne jebnutí ľudia. Spodná línia totálne, len tak zabruzgané, Morgana non-stop hádže, jak kokot. Jak tupá bastardia kurva. Mne ten štít nedá, aby sme ich zabili, ne, lebo je kokot. Psychicky narušená sračka, mozgu dobruzganá. Úplne jebnutí ľudia. Je na to. Úplný zábruzganci. Hovorím, raz zabijem toplén, alebo sa im okolo spodné línie, kuriev. Nemôžem, ešte stále mám manu na hento. Povedz zabrzganá, tupá, sprosta náhnita kurva. Samozrejme, Brandík chodí po džungli, dáva si minioníkov. Lebo toto je to, čo Brandík robí. Má v mozgu nasraté ovčie, kiahne. V živote nič normálne nevyprodukuje. Nabruzganá, tupá, sprosta, psychicky retardovaná kurva, podobne ako spodná línia dementov. Zabruzganí degeneráti. V mozgu narušeného tupého kalibru. Nič Morgana ide na ten mid, idem za ním. Za to zabruzganou kurvou. Spodná línia ma prestane v momente zaujímať. Budeme tancovať, ty kurva, budeme tancovať, dáme si taneček kokotov znova, lebo ty zabruzganá kurva nechceš dávať fragy, ideš po svojich kripelných minionoch, lebo niekto musí byť na mide, a nikto nebude na mide, tak zápas skončil. Jebnutý kokotský hajzel, psychicky narušeného kalibru kurvy. Zabruzgané kokoty. Úplne zabruzgané. Zabruzgané, dojebané analfabety. Aký drak to je? Pomôže mi s ultimou. Nič proste, nič. Morgana to je kripel. Ten človek má v mozgu nadrbané sračky. Easy kill na tom ide, stačí obiť, to je jedno. To je v piči proste, nedá mi to na čas, v živote mi to na čas nedá. Úplne vyjebaní ľudia v mozgu, úplne odhnití. Totálne odhnití, úplne kokoty. Úplne kokoty. Úplný jebovia v mozgu narušeného kalibru. Úplný jebovia. Úplný jebovia. Úplný jebo, ktorý v živote nehodí naspäť z línie. Zabruzganý, Tupý, odnitý, skurvený kvadrant kokota. Od teraz to budem robiť takto. Vždy čo najrýchlejšie zabijem toplanera a potom od toho momentu sa im okolo spolnej línie zabruzganých kuriev. Bojuj s ním, ty zábruzgana, kurva. Bože, ty koko, netrafíš ani vlastnú telacinu. To je presne, čo potrebujeme. Fragy, točiť, rotovať. Dominovať spolnú líniu vyjebaných bastardí hovien. Nedá mi štít ten kokot zábruzganý. Úplný kokoti. Úplne odnitý kokoti, úplne mentálne kurvy. Mentálne tupé, dobité, sprosté sračky kokotov. Úplne chátry. Chátri zabruzganých imbecilov. Úplný kokoti ľudia. Len tá Morgana odišla do piče znova. Znova je nám ide. Proste zbrúzganá, kurva. Zbrúzganá kokotina. Dole 2 easy fragy. Dole zadarmo bašta. Zabrúzganá, tupá, nahnitá sračka v mozgu. Á, ten Urgot je sračka. Úplne odšťaté, tupé, sprosté, nahnité individuum kurvy. Úplný degenerát, morkadela, kokotský fas, jebo spráskaný na padrť. Úplný degener. Klasika. Odbrúzganý, tupý, sprostý jedinec dementa. V mozgu tak naškvarené kokotské kvadranty, hen. Vôbec nereaguje na easy fragy. Vôbec. Úplne odsraté individuum na bruzganca, vyjebanca, mentálnej sračky. Tak postihnutý, tak retardovaný kokotí, jak cípoid. Takže čo je výhoda? Že tuto by mohla... Tuto by sa mohli diať nejaké veci. Úplne proste nulové reakcie kokotského branda. Úplne kokoti. Úplne kvadrantské, sprosté, jebnuté mozgofilné hovna kuriev. Viete, aká je výhoda? Že už sme fatálne rýchli, steky dominujú. A ako tu cítiť, tu neskutočne cítiť tú silu Yellowbirda. Že o čom to je, o koľko je to iné, keď máš Jellyho. Hej, na ten, to je vlastne to je cítiť, tá dominácia. To je cítiť tá dominácia, odbruzganá, to je cítiť. Úplný kokot. Úplný zabruzganec. Brand to je úplná sračka. To má v mozgu nasraté očiky, jahne. To je úplný kokot, ten článek ve nič. To je úplný kokot, ten človek nevie nič. V momente, ako použije klietku, ja musím ghostovať ísť po nej. Čo keby si ju strieľal? No. Spadne aj tento skurvysyn. Tuto mám fragy. Ideálny čas si nakúpiť. To je neskutočné, aký je ten rozdiel. Plné kokoty. Tupé, sprosté, narušené kokoty. Inaký som rýchly. Jebnutý primitív. Choď do nich. Choď do nich. Čo ste vy za tupé kvadrantské kurvy? Čo ste vy za kokotov? Odrovnané tupé. Ale padne táto väža. Potrebujem sa na mid. Toto mi dá ilajku. Boli kokot tá Morgana. Dám Wordu sem. Úplný kokot, ani Wordy nevie dávať ten primitív. Úplne zbrúzganá kurva. Ako celý no tým kokotov. Škoda, že nemám na... Úplný kokot, úplný vyjebaný, všívavý hajzel, úplný hajzel, úplný kokotí hajzel. Podobne ako tá Morgana, tupý všívák, ktorý má v mozgu totálne nasaté, nič, 0 bodové všívavé hovno. 0 bodové všívavé hovno. Áno, teraz mi to dáš, bože, ty dement. Ty dement. Ty postihnutý dement. Ty postihnutý dement zbrúzganý na kokotský fas. Ty postihnutý dement, ktorý nemá rotácie, nemá nič. Bože, ty postihnutý dement. Bože, vy kokotskí degeneráti, neviete nič trafiť, neviete nič vyprodukovať. Úplný kokoti. Úplná buržoázia degenerátov. Úplne odhnité, primitívne, individuálne bytosti kokotov. Úplný kokoti, úplný dementi. Mŕtvý. Plná sračka. V mozgu dorúbaný kripel kokota. Plný kokoti. Plné zaostále tupé retardované bytosti kuriev. Psychicky narušení degeneráti. V mozgu tupí, sprostý, odrovnaný kalibrový hajzli. Čo neskutočne jebnuté. Čo neskutočne sprosté. Úplný kokot ten Brand. Úplný kokot. Proste úplný kokot. Proste úplný kokot. Úplný primitív. Úplný žvást. Úplný dojebanec. Úplný mŕtvomozok kokotskej sračky. Úplne zbrúzgané kokoty dementa. Úplne kokoty tam dole. Úplne kokoty. To čo som zas dostal? Jaké tupé, sprosté, náhnité kokoty. Na to, Brand, easy kill nám ide. Ti nepomôže zbrúzganý kokot. Oni kokoti. Mozgu náhnitého kalibru kokota. Zbrúzganý dement. Úplný kokoti tí ľudia. Úplne hulvácké jedince vyjebaných kuriev. Úplne kokoty, úplný fasoidi. Desať sekúnd. Úplný kokot ten Brand. Úplne dojebaný, tupý, sprostý, náhnitý hulvát. Máme fír. Úplný kokoti, úplný tupý, sprostý, narušený kokoti. Kokot sa odportuje do piče z toho topu, taký je sprostý. Úplne narušené bytosti kurvy. Úplný dementi. Úplne mentálne zdegenerované hajzle. Čo neskutočne psychicky narušené. 13 level, som level na to tu povorianu. Úplný dementi, úplný zbrúzganci. Úplný kokot ten človek. Ten kokot nebude ani blokovať. Úplný zbrúzganý hajzli. Zbrúzgané kokoty. Úplný kokoti. odbrúzgané kokoty mozgu narušené. Potom mi dá 900. Koľko na sebe shutdown? Sáď to. Tupé kokoty. Tupé, nahnité, sprosté, jebnuté, diametrálne, vyjebané, tupé, sprosté, jebnuté. Niečo neuveriteľné, to je stratený vo vlastnej šťave. Ten toplený je stratený vo vlastnej šťave, ten koko netuší. On nevie, on neexistuje. On je v mozgu úplne vyjebaný. Úplne vyjebaný v mozgu. Úplne dobitý tchor. Dobitý, nezačne to dáka, ten vyjebaný analfabet. No. Nešťastný zápas. Neautoatakuje tá Caitlyn toho dáka. Úplný zbrúzganý kokot. Úplný vyjebaný dement. To je niečo neuveriteľné. Je to dojebané Lux. Ako mňa nebaví už tie zápasy proti Lux ma už fakt iritujú. Ja to začnem banovať. Ja to reálne začnem banovať. Ja reálne začnem púšťať. Ja neviem, čo mám robiť. Tu je toľko kokotích šampiónov vyjebaných v mozgu. To je toľko, ale Lux sa pikuje do piče non-stop. To je zápas, čo oni sa nechajú vyjebávať tým šampiónom. Úplne zadarmo. Úplne zadarmo ich zabíja tá pičovina. Tí ľudia sú jak psychicky narušení. Doslova do písmena. Toto je môj support. Non-stop tlačí línie ako dojebaná kurva. Je to totálny psychický kokot, ktorý má v hlave nasraté. A jediné, čo vie, je raziť dopredu línie. Na Dariusa, to je úplná kurva, to je úplný degener ten človek. To je degener proste. Ten Darius je totálny kokot. To je absolútna žumpa. To je absolútna žumpa hnoja. To je absolútna žumpa hnoja ten človek. To je absolútna žumpa hnoja. To je absolútna žumpa hnoja ten človek. To je absolútna žumpa dobitého jebnutého. Absolútna žumpa hnoja. Ale absolútna žumpa hnoja. Oh, bože, konec. To ti nagrc. Z týchto ľudí ti je naskurvený grc. Žumpy hnoja. Totálne žumpy. Ale totálne žumpy. Totálne žumpy hnoja. Ale totálne žumpy hnoja. Neskonalé žumpy. Neskonalí degeneráti. Neskonale psychické narušené kurvy. Niečo neuveriteľné žumpné. Niečo neuveriteľné sprosté. So fucking dumb. It's fucking dumb. Žumpa, ty kokos. 0 bodový, ty kokos. Clueless. Len tak sa plahočia po tej mape. Ako žumpy. Ako žumpy. Len tak sa plahočia. Len tak sa plahočia. Úplné sračky. Úplné kurvy. Úplní schizofrenici. Úplné žumpy hnoja. Len tak sa plahočia. Len tak sa plahočia ako nahnité hovna. Len tak sa plahočia ako tupé, sprosté, dobité žumpy hnojské. Len tak sa to pláhočí po tej mape. Jak bezmozgové, tupé, sprosté, odsraté, nahnité individuá len tak chodia ako žumpy. Ako bezmozgové zombie. Po tej mape si to len tak razia bez plánu. Bez ničoho proste, len tupé žatvy. Úplní, slepí, tupí kokoti. Kúsok od nich môžu byť nepriatelia 3 easy killy. Na to je príliš prostý. Na to je príliš prostý, aby to ten Darius videl. On si na tope auto atakuje minioníkov, keď kúsok od neho je plná bašta fragov. Plná bašta easy fragov. On si kúsok od easy fragov auto atakuje minioníkov. Nechá tupú, skurvenú, psychicky narušenú, sprostú, mentálne odranú Morganu skapať ako hovno, čo reprezentuje. Bože, to je tak depresívne, tak žumpné, tak sprosté a tak náhnité. Vyjebaní, sprostí, zaostalí degeneráti z masného súdka dementov. Niečo neuveriteľné sprosté. Niečo neuveriteľné tupé, niečo neuveriteľné narušené. A tuto to bolo vidno, že koľko spraví z midu. Koľko spraví kvalitný midlaner, ktorý má rotácie a vie točiť tie fragy. Tuto bolo vidno. Koľko spraví z midu, pokiaľ naozaj nie si psychicky narušený. Lebo keď si zoberieme, tak ja som mal strašného kokota na tope, mal som strašného kokota v džungli a strašných kokotov dole obidvoch. A podarilo sa mi s nimi vyhrať zápas. S tými totálne tupými, jalovými, nahnitými hajzlami. Pretože som mal fragy, mal som Yellowbirda, využíval som tých kokotov najlepšie, ako sa dalo, tie skurvené žumpy. A tam to bolo vidno, že prečo midlane a prečo Yellowbird dominujú zápasy. Ten zápas by som v živote z dola nevyhral, keby som mal tie isté kurvy. Tí midlanery to sú kokoty. To sú kokoty stratené vo vlastnej šťave. Ako ono je to veľmi, veľmi smutné, ale tí midlanery nevedia absolútne nič. Nevedia nič. Nič. To sú jalové hajzle. Tupé, sprosté, narušené jalové hajzle. Je to veľmi smutné. Ale tuto to bolo presne vidno, prečo midlane dominuje zápasy. A takisto tuto to bolo vidno, prečo spodná línia absolútne nerozhoduje zápasy. Pretože spodná línia potrebuje tonu kilov. A ani to im nepomôže, ani to im reálne nepomôže, keď sú jaloví hajzli. Lux mal 9 kg, tento mal 6, aj tak boli totálne k hovnu, k láskanom kokoti, vytvíkovaní poslej do skúrneho hovna. Úplní bastardi, úplní cipoidi, úplne schátrané bytosti. Tuto to bolo vidno. Ich midlane totálna sračka, nevedel odkiaľ fučí, nevedel nič, iba rýchlo zničil väžu jak jebo, potom nevedel čo robiť. Začínal skapínať, začínal som ho dominovať tú sračku s Yellowbirdom. Na tope som zabil tohto primitíva. Hovorím, odteraz to bude byť takto. Zabijem toplanera na začiatku, čo najrýchlejšie treba zabiť toplanera raz, aj mi stekol Huntera, hej. A potom v momente, ako, to je plán číslo 1. Lebo toplanera musí zabiť čím skôr. Lebo jeho je ťažké zabiť potom neskôr, hej. To znamená, toplenera treba zabiť čím skôr. Pokiaľ nebude toplener mŕtvy, tak tam budem chodiť. Steky. Steknem toplenera a potom sa budem hýbať okolo 2 jalových kuriev dole. Okolo primitívnych gašparov, hej. Steknem toplenera, gašpary, hej. Steknem toplenera, gašpary. Hej. Tupí sprostné hrošení bastardi. Hej. Pokiaľ ho nesteknem, tak dovtedy ho budem stekovať. Ale to bolo vidno, naozaj tá sila Yellowbirda. To bolo cítiť, ten damage, ktorý som dával. 1643, no. A nemusím byť pri nich, som proste v diaľke. O to tu ide, že Aftershock musí byť pri nich, tým pádom prehrávam trady, zabíjajú ma, hej. Toto len steknem, šmiknem ho na to, 1600, tak ale nemôžem sa čudovať. To je 2700, toto mi dalo minimálne 300 damageu, určite Ghosporo, hej. To je 3000 damageu, minimálne návrh. Minimálne. Ak rátame toto, tak je to 3500. Hej. A tento zápas 880, rozumieme sa. A to je všetko. 880, tam bolo 3500 v prospech 1200 môžem povedať, je. V prospech 1200. To je brutálny rozdiel. Tu som dal 15 000. Hej. Tu som dal 16 900. Hej. A bolo to oveľa kratší zápas. Takisto som nebojoval nejako často. To je rozdiel. To je ako Yellowbird. To je jediný build, ktorý dokáže. V živote by som aj ten zápas nevyhral, keby som mal iný build ako Jellyho. V živote. Proste to musí byť Jelino, musí to byť Deadman, musí to byť Relajka. Deadman, Relajka a Barania Helma. Skurvený bastardi.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. Thanks for joining us for today's Path of Exile livestream. We have a packed show today with announcements for Path of Exile 2, as well as the exclusive unveiling of Path of Exile Affliction, which launches on December 8th on PC and Mac, and on December 13th on console. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream.
Takže 8. to spustia, bohužiaľ, no. Takže nebudeme môcť dlho točiť sezónu, no. Nevadí, to sa prekusne. Tie atómy aj tak hovorím, nie sú nejako.
It'll cover the league mechanics, its rewards, some new content we're adding to the core Path of Exile experience, and some large metagame changes. I'll then show you our annual core supporter packs, and we'll head into our live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask us your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes. I'd like to hand over to Jonathan Rogers, Game Director of Path of Exile 2.
Hey guys, it's been a few months since we introduced you to the Druid in Path of Exile 2. But one of the things we're really focusing on now is how varied each of the classes feels to play. The Monk darts around quickly from enemy to enemy, building and unleashing combos. If he doesn't stay in combat, he loses momentum and has to build it up again. The Warrior, on the other hand, is like a slow but unstoppable freight train. A warrior commits to big attacks and relies on stunning his enemies to stay safe in the thick of combat. When an opening presents itself, a warrior can use even larger attacks to demolish his enemies. The Huntress seamlessly moves from melee to ranged combat and back. The true damage potential of the Huntress is only unlocked when you learn to combine ranged and melee abilities together. And then there are the Spellcasters. The Sorceress is a pure caster who much prefers to stay at range and drop powerful spells on her foes. If she finds herself surrounded by enemies, she would rather use an ability to escape than to take them on directly. The The druid is also a spellcaster, but unlike the sorceress, he uses his spells as a means to support his melee abilities. And by melee abilities, we mean he can turn into a giant animal and rip his enemies to pieces. Each of these classes feels extremely different to play, but we want to go even further. It's time to check out the mercenary.
There's not a job out there I won't take, so long as the pay's good and the crossbow can solve it. I'll take 'em all down, one bolt at a time.
When thinking about each new class, we really try to think about how we can make combat feel different from all the others. For the mercenary, that difference is the crossbow. A crossbow is fundamentally different than a regular bow because it fires instantly instead of needing to be drawn back. This means that you need immediate feedback. Clicking the fire button should make the character shoot instantly, just like in a shooter. As soon as we experience that, we realize that there are a lot of design lessons to learn from shooters, and so we fully embrace them. In Path of Exile 2, we have crossbows that work like sniper rifles, shotguns, and assault rifles. But in order to really get shooter-like gameplay, we wanted to go further. In Path of Exile 2, we now support WASD movement. You can now walk around in any direction independent of aiming. In fact, if this is your preferred method of gameplay, you can use it on any class, regardless of what weapon type you're using. You can change between click to move or WASD at any time. You can only hold 2 crossbows at a time, but Path of Exile 2 is all about interesting combinations of abilities, and this is where ammo skills come in. This is a burst shot crossbow, and right now I have armor-piercing ammo equipped, which makes it very effective when facing a group of enemies, since it pierces right through them.
Bloody Horus!
But there are other ammos too. For a bigger single target, it might be a good idea to switch to Incendiary. The more projectiles hit the target, the stronger the ignite, so you'll want to get up nice, close and personal with this one. If you have a bunch of targets running at you, you might want to slow them down. In this case, you could switch to Permafrost Burst Shot. Shooting a bunch of smaller enemies at range will chill them, and potentially even freeze them in place. Once you have some frozen enemies though, you can switch back to Armor Piercing. Shooting a frozen enemy with Armor Piercing Burst Shot will explode the ice, doing a huge amount of damage to all nearby enemies. Another feature crossbows have is attachments. This is a grenade launcher. As you can see, when I equip it, it appears on the underside of the crossbow. These attachments are just like skill gems, so you effectively get extra skill slots, and you can augment these with support gems, just like regular skills. These grenades take a while to explode, so it's a good idea to pair them with some kind of crowd control, like Permafrost Burst Shot. We have other grenades too though. This attachment is a flash grenade. It does barely any damage, but it does a huge amount of stuff. It can be a great opener before you run into combat. Now, here's another attachment, an oil grenade. Firing one of these grenades coats the ground and nearby enemies in oil. Oil slows enemies down, so it's another useful crowd control mechanic. Now, another thing that oil can do is be set on fire. Any burning enemy or explosion will ignite the oil, causing extra burning damage. One of the problems with burst shot crossbows is that each pellet doesn't do much damage individually. This means that if enemies have armor, then it will be very effective preventing that damage. But thankfully, you can equip an additional crossbow in your second weapon set to deal with the weaknesses of your primary weapon. This is a rapid shot crossbow. Rapid shot is great for closing on enemies because you can shoot while running. In Path of Exile 2, we now have the ability to allow you to use some skills while moving. Being able to create skills like this opens up a lot of new design space and allows us to really increase the pace of combat. The armor-piercing version of Rapid Shot slowly erodes a monster's armor. Once the armor is fully broken, you can easily switch back to Burst Shot to deal much more damage. Being able to run while shooting with Rapid Shot is also great for when you want to perform a fighting retreat. Using permafrost ammo with Rapid Shot is also useful if you need to retreat. When you shoot the ground, it creates ice crystals. If you draw monsters back over these crystals, they explode, killing the monsters. It's great if you want to set up a safe zone before pulling the next pack. Slowing enemies down can come handy if you want to use the incendiary version of Rapid Shot. Using this skill requires that you charge up a little bit before it fires, but as it continues to heat up, it will do more and more damage. It has a really large clip size, so you can just keep firing and firing with it. But the other really useful feature is that when the crossbow is heated up, it adds extra fire damage to any grenade that you launch. Now I've been using explosive grenades here, but it will work equally as well with flash or oil grenades too. If you use it with oil grenades, the oil will catch fire immediately. Another crossbow type that you can find is Power Shot. This one works just like a classic sniper rifle. Use it with armor-piercing ammo and it will penetrate armor on targets. So it's a good idea to use when something's really tough. Now this skill has another interesting interaction with armor break. If an enemy has its armor broken, then your Power Shot hits a weak spot and does a huge amount of single target damage, with a bunch of extra stun for good measure. Now, the incendiary version of Power Shot is more like a rocket launcher. It does a big explosive blast at a distance. One of the really useful features of this version is that you can explode any grenades that happen to be on the ground. This combo also works really well with Incendiary Rapid Shot. I'm going to charge up the heat on my crossbow, shoot out a bunch of grenades, and then start the fireworks with a Power Shot. The ice version of Power Shot creates frost walls at a distance. This is great for crowd controlling monsters in tight passages. The wall segments have other uses too. If they get destroyed by monsters, then they will explode, doing a small amount of damage. Now, remember that Burst Shot combo with frozen enemies we did earlier? That works with ice walls too. Let's put Burst Shot back on. Now I can fill up this area with ice walls and shoot them with armor-piercing burst shot for a huge amount of damage. Alright, it's time to face the boss for this area. Let's see how we fare against her with all the skills I've shown you so far.
Not letting you anywhere now. Stay still, the mother! No, 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 no. My dear child! Your time has come. What of course.
Wat praatskui dingen hè.
Eat your thing. What is going on in this godforsaken city?
And that's the Mercenary. It feels totally different than anything we've made before, and shows you the range of what's possible in Path of Exile 2. We're going to be showing off a lot more about Path of Exile 2 as we approach its beta, but in the meantime, we've got a Path of Exile 1 expansion coming out next week. I'm going to hand over to Mark, also known as Neon, to show you what's in store for PoE 1.
Thanks, Jonathan. Well, let's just go ahead and get straight on into it. Here's the trailer for Path of Exile Affliction.
Something moves in the mists. Something sinister. Thorn. Rot. Plague. And claw. The affliction spreads. It hungers for more. Tread lightly in the wildwood, which shifts and fights. Accept our help, the ancient power of the Asmir. Beware the spirits that yearn for freedom, and the heart of evil that waits in the dark.
Ready yourself. I will be waiting.
Return of Ultimate en wat? No. Takže 8, tak nebudeme moc dlouho odsýpat, no.
In the Affliction League, you will encounter sacred wisps, which beckon you to enter overgrown passageways that lead to the Viridian Wildwood. A vile affliction has covered this forest with a foreboding darkness. You'll need to uncover the forest mysteries to put a stop to the source of the affliction. As you approach the darkness, the wisps burn away its affliction. Make sure you tread carefully, because they only have a limited amount of power. But be warned, the darkness is full of cursed monsters that emerge to kill you. As you explore, you might see other types of wisps trapped inside the darkness. The Wildwood is trying to guide you towards clues about its affliction. Follow the trails of wisps by collecting them, and you may uncover many different secrets. New characters to find, shrines, boss battles, and all kinds of new encounters are lurking in the forest just waiting for you to discover them. There are many rewards to earn for those brave enough to seek them.
Het is zoveel, holy.
When the sacred wisps run out of energy, they will return you back to where you came from. Any other types of wisps you have collected will return with you to Rayclast. These wisps, having been saved from the affliction, disperse into the environment and inhabit randomly chosen monsters in the area, increasing their power and also their rewards. The different types of wisps have different effects on monsters, and sometimes more than one type will inhabit a single monster, making the fight even harder and even more rewarding. If this happens to a boss, you could be in for a tough fight, but if you can overcome it, your efforts will not be in vain. Primal Wisps grant an item rarity bonus to inhabited monsters. Wild Wisps grant an item quantity bonus, and Vivid Wisps cause them to drop currency items. If a monster gets all three types, they'll drop more items of a higher rarity and a lot of currency. While exploring the Wildwood, you might find some of the last few Asmeri wanderers who have managed to survive in the forest since it was cursed. Each of them have different survival specializations, and they are willing to teach you if you agree to help them defeat the source of the affliction, the King of the Mists. Choose which of the Asmeri that you will complete quests for to unlock one of 3 new Ascendancy classes, which you can have in addition to your regular Ascendancy class. Up to 8 points for these classes are unlocked as you complete more quests for the Asmeri you are training under. The Warden of Eves can teach you to become a Warden of the Magi, a powerful class that takes advantage of wilderness knowledge.
What?
A Warden of the Magi can learn to use tinctures which coat their weapon, granting various powerful effects. You can equip tinctures in your flask slots and toggle them on and off at work. You can only have one enabled at a time, but the effects are quite conditional, so you may want to have more than one equipped and swap between them during combat. For example, equip the Ironwood Tincture to gain the benefit of always stunning enemies on full life. Tinctures can also get random mods. This one in particular adds stacks of wither to targets on full life and steals frenzy charges on hit, which makes it great as an initiator. When you are fighting rare monsters or finishing off tough bosses, you will want to swap to the Oak Branch Tincture, which grants Telling Strike, increased damage against enemies on low life, and has a chance to steal a mod from rare enemies you kill. You can buy more tinctures from the Warden of Eves using Primal Wisps when you find her in the forest, so keep an eye out for her. As a Warden of the Magi gains more Ascendancy points, they gain access to more skills that let them further specialize in tinctures. For example, Nature's Concoction allows you to invest in having your tinctures enhance your flasks. This Ascendancy skill makes it important to think about which slots your tinctures are placed in, and what flasks they are adjacent to. You will have better uptime on those flasks, and they'll be stronger as a result. But there are plenty more skills to choose even if you don't want to engage with the tinctures. For example, another new ability to unlock is Bark Skill. It's a reservation skill that causes bark to grow all over your body, increasing armor. As you take damage, the bark falls off, increasing your evasion. Over time, the bark will grow back, removing the evasion bonus but increasing your armor again. The Breaker of Oaths can teach you to become a Warlock of the Mists, an Ascendancy class specializing in the darker arts of the Asmeri. One powerful ability you can choose is Blood Hunt, which grants an active skill called Ravenous. This skill lets you see what type a monster is under its life bar, whether it is a demon, beast, undead, construct, or humanoid. Consuming a corpse with the skill gives a buff to damage against that type of monster, and reduces damage taken by it. You can only have one type active at a time, so it's a good idea to choose wisely for the area that you are in. Some bosses, like the Maven, are eldritch in nature and don't conform to the regular corpses that you have access to. But don't worry. The Breaker of Oaths has a shop where you can trade wild wisps for corpses that you can place on the ground wherever you are. Buy an eldritch corpse and you will be able to get the bonus while fighting eldritch entities like the Maven. You may notice that most of the corpses he sells are not monsters you normally encounter. You might want to try turning some of these corpses into spectres, to take advantage of some of the unique abilities that these monsters have. The Warlock of the Mists gets access to many other abilities. For example, there is a trio of curses that you can pick from. One of these curses targets your minions, giving them life degen and making them explode for massive damage when they are near death. One of them prevents enemies from dealing damage for the latter portion of its duration, which is quite powerful against bosses. This curse creates the interesting build decision of whether or not you should increase curse duration or reduce it. The final curse is a mark that causes enemy phantasms to be spawned when you hit the marked enemy. These phantasms aren't on your side, so they work well with on-hit and on-kill trigger effects, for example. The Primal Huntress can teach you to become a Wildwood Primalist. Unlike the other new ascendancies, the Primal Huntress lets you customize your tree. You do this with charms that you can buy from the Primal Huntress for Vivid Wisps. Charms have randomly generated mods, which give stats from regular Ascendancy classes, allowing you to create your own hybrid Ascendancy class. Charms are magic items that are aligned with different attributes. So for example, this Ursine charm is strength aligned, and has gotten the melee hits have a chance to fortify stat from the champion, and the ability to stop your movement speed going below base from the Juggernaut. This Interline Corvine charm lets you get the stat that makes your consecrated ground effects linger from the Inquisitor, and the effect that makes cursed enemies explode from the Occultist. Some of the combination of mods that you might find for sale on charms can be extremely powerful, so keep a lookout for the Primal Huntress's shop even if you are not playing as a Primalist. As a Primalist, you also get access to a few other interesting abilities. Use Warcries next to corpses and they have a chance to drop an extra item. It opens nearby chests too. The Primalist also gets access to a small extra backpack, just in case you find yourself needing to cart more items to town during your map runs. If you are unhappy with the class you picked, or you just happen to find a really great item for another one of the classes, you are able to change which class you are using next time you find one of the Asmeri Wanderers. Just remember that you will have to do their quests in order to gain the Ascendancy points for that class. These quests will lead you towards the ultimate goal of the Asmeri, finding the King in the Mists, defeating him, and cleansing the forest of its affliction, once and for all.
Experta Vigana
There are
nemám.
new uniques to find, rewards to
Extra
claim,
Master
and new
Martial
Ascendancy
Artist,
classes to
Logger.
master in the Affliction League.
Incisor, Blocker.
Now that we've covered what's in the league, let's talk about some of the changes you can expect to the core game in
Takže
3.23.
váha mi išla na
For a start,
594.
Ultimatum is finally going core. When talking to players at ExileCon, it was the #1 feature that people requested. When playing through in-game maps, you may sometimes encounter the Trial Master, who offers you a choice to undertake a Deadly Val trial in exchange for great rewards. If you defeat the trial, he offers to go double or nothing with you. Do you take the risk and go for an even better reward, or do you take the winnings you have already earned off the table and go home? We've done a full rebalance of Ultimatum and have added many new mods and rewards, including both new and reworked uniques. The base number of rounds for an Ultimatum trial is now always 10, with a chance to spawn the Trial Master boss fight on the 10th round, if you are able to make it that far. As part of 3.23, we have also removed Metamorph from the game. All the Catalyst rewards from Metamorph have now been moved to be rewards for Ultimatum. We have also added a new Val-themed Catalyst that works on corrupted items. As is normal for most content that gets added to in-game, we have introduced new Ultimatum passive skills to the Atlas tree. One great example is the Keystone Grueling Gauntlet. It makes Ultimatums last 3 extra rounds, but you cannot choose the modifiers, and it prevents the final Trial Master boss fight from spawning. The level of challenge becomes extreme during the last 3 rounds, and not being able to choose the modifiers makes it even harder. But the rewards are insane, and for those with very high-end characters, it might be a bet worth making. There are lots of other Atlas passive skills you can pick from for Ultimatum, so choose wisely. Now, it's time to talk about one of the largest metagame changes we've ever made. There were 3 systems in Path of Exile that were all trying to subtly modify the behavior of skills. These were alternate quality gems, Labyrinth Helmet enchants, and unique threshold gems. We've combined all of these together to create a new system called Transfigured Gems that allows us to fully achieve the goal of these 3 systems and then some. Transfigured Gems are alternative versions of existing skill gems that have different functionality and balance from their regular versions. We have added a huge number of these with interesting variations that drastically change how existing skills play. For example, Frostbomb of Instability. It changes it from a cooldown skill that you can cast occasionally for a large explosion into a skill that you can cast continuously but deals less damage and doesn't apply cold exposure. It changes the role of Frostbomb from a utility skill into a main damaging skill. Another example is Detonate Dead of Scavenging. You can't use it on corpses that were created by Desecrate or Unearth, but in exchange it does a whole lot more damage. You won't be able to use it as your main reliable source of damage, but it's a great skill to use as a 4-link utility to get some extreme burst damage. Raise Zombie of Falling. Instead of raising a zombie from a corpse, you summon them from midair. They fall to their death, dealing AoE damage where they land. While this sounds like a physical damage version of Firestorm, you should consider that it scales with minion damage and also triggers on-death minion effects. Blight of Contagion. This version of Blight is now spread by Contagion,
ale to
so
má
you can use it
kvůli
as
této
part of your
věci.
F-Restraint build. We have a huge number of these. Transfigure Firestorm into Firestorm of Meteors, Transfigure Blade Trap into Blade Trap of Great Swords, Transfigure Barrage into Barrage of Volley Fire, and so on. There is a lot to experiment with, and we look forward to seeing what builds you can come up with. But how do you get Transfigured Gems? The Divine Font at the end of the Eternal Labyrinth has been changed to a gem crafting device that can modify your skill and support gems in a lot of new ways. One of the options you can now choose is to turn a skill gem into one of 3 transfigured gems. But that isn't all the Divine Font can do. It has a lot of other gem crafting options you can use. For example, you can add quality to gems, add experience to gems, sacrifice a gem for 1 or more treasure keys to open Azaro's chests, and you can even exchange support gems for exceptional support gems like
What the
Empower
support
or
though?
Enlighten. These are just some of the options you'll find the
Where's the
Divine Font is
muset?
now capable of. In order to replace the rewards in Heist that previously gave alternate quality gems, we have done a rebalance of the rewards of Heist as well. Experimented base types have been rebalanced. New replica uniques have been added and old ones changed, and we have increased the amount of currency from display cases as well. On top of this, we have gone through and buffed the quality stats on most damage dealing skills. In most cases, they will be significantly more powerful than before, and also more interesting. Overall, this is one of the largest metagame shifts that we've ever done. There are so many crazy new skill combinations to plan around, so we expect to see some really interesting new builds. Next up, I'd like to hand back over to Chris to talk about the new supporter packs.
At this point, we usually talk about the League supporter packs. We're doing things a bit differently this year. Rather than releasing League supporter packs today and then our annual core packs 2 weeks later, we've combined it all together into a strong set of core supporter packs that will be released alongside Path of Exile Affliction next week. The series contains 5 packs, each with its full value in points and a collection of exclusive cosmetic microtransactions. The higher packs contain physical merchandise. We'll unveil the full details of each of the packs at release next week, but in the meantime, here's a sneak peek of some of their exclusive cosmetic microtransactions. These packs will be available for purchase when Path of Exile Affliction launches on the 8th of December. Thank you so much for your ongoing support.
Čo toto zas?
We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post Path of Exile Affliction's full patch notes. With the release at the end of next week, our community team will be posting crucial information you'll need for Affliction's release. Keep an eye on the news. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new mystery box and this season's Kyrix Vault Pass. Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments. We're looking forward to exploring the Viridian Wildwood with you next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
To sa spraví. Sú tu nejaké váhy, ktoré potrebujeme zredukovat. A to se poddá. Proč to dá burning väčší
Okay,
damage?
ZD here, folks. Exiles, welcome for a giant, jam-packed Q&A after a huge reveal session. We have here today Chris, Jonathan, and Mark. 3 for the price
Prečo
of
tá
one.
elektrická len?
Chris, welcome, folks.
Thank you
Very
very
much,
much.
yeah.
Cheers.
Excellent, folks. We're going to be
What?
moving through things in rough order that we saw things today during the reveal. So starting with Path of Exile 2 and then moving through some of the new Path of Exile 1 features. So get those questions in through Twitch chat and we'll sprinkle those in through each of those various sections. So the first, let's talk about that new movement scheme that was revealed with the new mercenary class. So we have the new WASD movement. And does this alternate control scheme work with other
117,
classes and
35, to
builds,
dáva
or is it
zmysel.
mainly intended for like this shooter
Prečo
mercenary
dáva-
style?
So when we put it in, I was totally
Burner
thinking that
veggie.
it was going to be something that you'd want to use with ranged characters way more. But actually, when I tried out some melee stuff, I was pretty sold on it.
Prečo dá
Actually,
táto
It was better than I was
130?
expecting. There's still a few tweaks to do to make that perfect internally, but like yeah, it's pretty awesome. So I think I'm probably I think I'm going to be playing that way myself actually, even though I was a bit of a skeptic at first of WASD for melee. I think it is good, but we want to make sure that everyone understands that you can change from one to the other whenever you want.
Neuveriteľné.
It's just one of those things that
To nemalo takto
some people
byť.
may prefer it, some people may not. But yeah, I'm really enjoying it. WASD rather feels pretty good to me.
Yeah, I was supposed to.
Oni to nerfli.
Like I, die-hard action RPG Diablo 2 era kind of guy myself, but for some reason the WASD stuff just feels really natural to play. I guess it's.
Oni to nerfli. To dáva zmysel.
That first moment you use it, it's a little bit jarring because
Oni nerfli tú
it is not a skill,
elektrickú.
but once you can get beyond that, it is like very, very fun to play.
It is actually funny going we loaded up the PoE1 client again recently, and like I was immediately.
Oni nerfli tú elektrickú. Wait, what?
Exactly.
But I also keep trying to dodge roll as well.
Yes.
Aké môže tú elektrickú nerfli?
That's no problem. I was going to ask her then, can
To
WASD...
je brutálne, to neuveriteľné, že slabšie, mi to vykazuje slabšie, prečo?
It's probably going to be pretty hard to add it to PoE1, and the reason would be because the number of animations you need to support like arbitrary direction movement like that is really high, and the rigs in PoE1 are so old that it would be really, really difficult to add. So I think it's probably like quite unlikely. And just in general, the animation stuff that we're doing in PoE2, like it's just a different level. So it was like I'm not going to say easy, but it was easier to add it in PoE2 than it was in PoE1 by far. So yeah, for now I'd say.
Oni nerfli tú elektrickú modelu bielu.
how have you found hotkey usage and things like that while moving around with WASD movement?
So basically, one thing it does
What?
do is like, so it's definitely a thing. But what personally what I found is so I think you've got the left click freed up, to put a skill on. So you've kind of got
Okay,
like,
to možno.
you have like sort of 3 major skills on mouse, and then having other stuff on the keyboard. It works pretty well for me because the stuff that I
To
do
musí byť zabagované.
tends to be the sort of more rarely used stuff. There's still like commonly used, but still a bit rarer. And so it wasn't too bad. I found it okay. It is a concern for sure. Like I suspect that like there might be new builds that would be a bit harder to do that way, but it's working really well for what we're doing.
And how well does this translate to controllers? Do you think it would be perfect?
Oh, it is. So we have also implemented so that the right stick you can use to aim the direction you're going on the controller. It does work well there.
To musí byť
There's a lot of
zabagované.
controller stuff that we've kind of been fiddling around with, trying to get that better.
To dáva zmysel.
It definitely does help in that direction as well. Plus, it just kind of makes movement. Like there's actually stuff even with Put to Move that we can use. Like we can utilize the fact that we've got the ability for the character to face a different way than you're walking. That actually makes there's some cases where we can make the
Bo
Put to Move stuff.
toto je malo byť silnejšie. No plus 20%, plus 10, plus 5, hej? Toto má plus 20%, toto má plus 20%, plus 10, plus 5.
Like functional in that way.
Yeah, so we're still like going through and thinking exactly what we're going to do there. But the basic thing is that you definitely want to have, I think, for each
Tyle was
a few
myślał.
skills that you can use in that way, because it does make combat feel faster when you can kind of be doing stuff on the way to the next monster, this kind of thing. It just kind of improves it in a way that once we tried it, we were just like, wow, that's actually really cool. Yeah, it won't be like everything.
That was
Like, a lot
myślał.
of the time, I think what we're doing is getting the like we can shorten the windows because we've got this
W
ability.
każdym prípade vidíme, ako to ukazuje.
Where you're not allowed to put like moving locked out in skills as well. So like only like right near the contact point you actually have to stop. And for other skills, we can do them completely while you're moving. So like some of the skills that you might want to spam in some cases, things like that, it can be okay. So I'm not going to like give you a list or anything, but yeah, we definitely want to have making sure that each build has skills that you can do while moving available, so that you can kind of utilize the time when moving packs to be.
Skills that incorporate more movement
131,
or even play
35.
with the
Vidíme, ako
lack
to
of movement,
ukazuje.
like pointing and thing.
Well,
Was that sorry?
oh, sorry.
I think Discord kind of lagged out for a second there.
Vidíme, ako to ukazuje.
But yeah, the other thing as well is that is another question people have
Prečo to tak ukazuje, to musí byť.
when you are using click to move, and the answer is honestly pretty simple. Like you click where you want to move, and then you move the mouse and use the skill in the other direction, and then your character will just not be interrupted to move. They'll just keep moving while you know shoot in the other direction. That does work. Like it is technically like I mean it takes a bit more mouse movement to be able to do it if you want to move while you're doing it, but it does work. So there's no technical disadvantage there other than just I mean effectively what you're doing is it's like what the same exact motion you do if you're stutter stepping, except that you're able to actually move at the same time while you're doing it basically.
Yeah, effectively like queue up a move command and then fire in the opposite direction or something. You find that this is what's that?
I was saying it's like lower APM stutter stepping.
Do you find that this is like opening up a
Uvidíme.
new design space for you with skills then? Because
Uvidíme,
this is
koľko
like a
bude
new
mať
way of
váhy,
thinking
ako na tom bude tá
that you
váha.
haven't really had access to in terms of skill design now.
Sure, there's definitely a lot of stuff
Ale
like
dá
we
sa
haven't
zbaviť to obrnenie.
even really get explored all the
Testujem,
repercussions
ako
on
to
other
vyzerá.
builds as much as we would like to yet. Like there's a lot of stuff to change here and kind of get and utilize and stuff for. But yeah, as I said, once we tried it, it's just like yeah, we need to be exploring this all throughout what we're doing and sort of take advantage of it so it feels as natural as possible.
What we're finding here is the overarching goal of the new characters. We want to basically release some fault. Feel control now that you've tried a mystery, try another experience. And this means that Relative's team is pioneering these new things like the WSD controls, using the classes and mysteries that WSD control one because of the process that we done. And then the fallout from that, of course, is the benefits of the other different classes and stuff falls through afterwards. Experiment with those classes.
Yeah, at the risk of going like off topic a little bit, I already noticed in previous reveals that like the melee stuff is getting a lot more fluid with a lot more.
Je zaujímavé, že to ukazuje oveľa menší damage s elektrickou.
Scripted, but
To museli nerfnúť.
After the fact that you, like,
Alebo je to zabugované, alebo to nerfli.
It seems like now even you might be able to have things like your characters able to do a cleave while taking a couple extra steps, just little things like that. So it seems like it's going to change gameplay a lot.
But we do have to be careful. I don't want to feel complete closeness. Like we don't want, like I wouldn't want it so that every skill you can just do without like while moving arbitrarily. Like it needs to still feel like there's at least some amount of the animation where you're kind of like not into that little bit. So if something like cleave, for example, what I do is have is you can kind of step into it and then you can move really quickly after the slash itself. You need a bit of that sort of like.
Koľko to ukazuje?
Something going on there, because otherwise it'll just feel like.
Koľko to ukazuje klasickú blooded.
It's a little bit vague, but effectively, I just
Bloody
want to avoid kind
chainsaw.
of feeling where you don't feel like you're a real character in the world, which you
Toto.
get if you just allow full unrestricted. Like if you do absolutely everything while moving and there was no slowdowns or anything, it would feel.
132, 50, 146,
So,
40.
it can be a little bit of an interesting one. You have to really look at the feel of every single skill and kind of get the timing windows exactly right for everything to be able to make it actually feel really solid and good. Yeah, if we're doing our job right, then every class should have quite a distinct feel as far as all that stuff goes.
I get what you mean. Like once you
116,
have more movement, that's when you can start playing with like, okay, what situations do we stop movement? Like I noticed with the crossbow, for example, the character planted their feet for the
116,
shotgun shots especially,
42.
and that made that look and feel a lot more impactful because
Yeah,
that thing
exactly.
by design there.
Exactly.
Perfect. Oh, on that note, then let's talk a bit about the crossbows. It seems that they've changed quite a bit since the original reveal with the armor-piercing bolts and whatnot.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, that was that meme. Is no longer applicable, hopefully. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, so the split to the classes happened after that last reveal, and so then we were kind of like we were sure that we're making. I didn't even like there were like the mechanical ideas of like having ammos and stuff like that for the crossbows before, but I don't think we'd quite yet nailed the kind of like how is the crossbow actually going to feel real life play them both. And it wasn't until I sort of made the observation, hey, you know, like if we're like a crossbow, like if you pull the trigger on a crossbow, it needs to fire instantly. We should be putting the contact point literally at 0 on the animation. So this is a bit of a contact point where the damage happens, etc., etc.
Či auto ich zlepšia, to je dobrá otázka. No. Ako je oni čo silnejšie základný damage je kľúč.
But it's like the amount of engine brokenness that the mercenary brought to the front was so high. Like the amount of things like that we had to fix in order to make the mercenary work of the engine was just ridiculous. Like I found so many bugs. I mean, these are all going to be fixed, by the way, in PoE1 as well because the engine is shared. But it's like I found out that projectiles like disappear a frame before they arrive at the destination, and they appear one frame late after they leave your character as well. And it turns out all objects when they're created
čo sa môžeme zbaviť?
late from when they actually render. And like there was stuff with trail. I mean, like it was just actually like because like when you're dealing with something like this, like you've got like
Koľko vážia tieto veci?
traveling ultra fast. It has to happen instantly as soon as
Vážia, ale pardon. Čo tu váži veľa?
Speeding all this shit up, and like the engines just started breaking all over the place. So yeah, there was a lot of technical
nápal.
that had to happen in order to make that.
2,80.
Not to even mention the whole like WSD and all the animation.
2,7, to sú také čísla.
It was pretty crazy.
Nič neváži,
I'm really
zostane
glad
nič
to remember
neváži
the
veľa.
jank, that existed that we hadn't noticed before because things weren't fast enough to see the problems.
Tam je ten
it was
armor,
more
power
frame by
armor
frame,
váži,
you know,
dva
making sure
Hellcaty
every single frame
vážia.
was perfect and lots of stuff going on.
Dáme
Yeah, it was
10.
pretty crazy during the development of this stuff.
To je
I like
18
how
skill.
that pans out in terms of improvements.
Sure.
So on the crossbows, I noticed that they have the new like skill bound to the weapon thing where they fire differently. So you
Toto
have
váži
to choose,
25,
yeah,
spooky
semi-automatic
treatback, to
crossbow
sa
or whatever.
zbavíme.
Are we mostly going to be modifying those primary skills, or are there going to be other primary separate
To je
skills
25 kill.
that, or just kind of more ammo types that modify the base skills?
So there's definitely going to be more ammo types. There will be other skills, but what we did to sort of solve, as it were, the crossbow, like having crossbow skills that
Fusion
aren't
core
tied to the
vážia
primary, firing type, was to have the attachments.
4 kg,
And so those
308.
basically are effectively skill gems, except that you equip them where you'd equip equipment instead.
Čo tu
But they have support
váži?
gems and everything like that.
Fuel je
If you
31
really want to
kill.
have like a crossbow skill as
Budem
well,
musieť ísť do
related
prdele
to
asi
those,
všetko.
primary firing types, then that'll be where that can go. And
31 kill
there's
fuelu.
way more than what we even showed there. Like, we just
Ultra
showed, like,
citové,
some
ultra
grenades,
citový
there's also
plazma, to je
other
málo
types that,
kill.
you can come up with that you can attach to your crossbow.
Fuel, yeah.
Like, I know someone made like a bayonet at one point. I'm not sure how we would use that.
No, ako iné sme v pohode, len sa zbavíme v podstate.
Yeah, we've got
25 kill spooky trito.
experiment with it. But yeah, there's those. But I mean, there's also other things, of course. Like there's stuff that we didn't show here. Like there's still the what do you call it?
25 kill spooky trito.
The crossbows that pop up in summon.
Ballistic
Ballistic totems. There's still ballistic totems and other things like
25
that.
kill spooky
And like
trito.
various other skills. So there's definitely other skills.
To
that we
sa
could discuss
predá.
and use. But we kind of ran out of like time
Oh,
to
to tie
show
dva.
like all the different things that you can do. And
Aj sa to nezmestí,
There's gonna be other
25
stuff we
kill
can
spooky
probably discuss
trito.
for sure, as well. So don't
Sme
worry about
plný
So
sáči.
are some bow skills going to become crossbow skills? Is there going to be shared across the two?
There
Jo,
are
ono to
certainly
bude
some concepts
relatívne
that-
OK,
when we're
relatívne.
designing the classes, we're kind of like we do
A
look through
potrebujem-
like is there anything here that we want to crib from to kind of
Jasné, ešte mám tie
to use.
mikroskopy,
And there might have been a
no
couple
jasné, to je
things that
14
we
skill
like to use as
mikroskopy,
concepts, but overall it's
kanister,
just,
fluidy.
this is distinct, and I'm sure maybe there'll be a time where like this is better suited as a crossbow skill than a bow skill, but in general, I
Alumínium,
guess,
zahodíme
we're looking
100.
at designing things like like this is a full new game, like we're
Pesáčka.
designing skills again. Like there will be cases where we go back and we're like, hey, this PoE1 skill is still great. but
100 alumínia,
almost
tým
all
pádom
cases,
môžeme
this will get changed.
spooky.
a lot. Like, I mean, when you saw the sorceress, when we announced what's up there, it's like,
Što
there were
aluminija
skills from everyone, but
zavodíme.
like the changes to them were such that like they don't really feel the same at all. So it's kind of they kind of made them quite different.
Yeah, I feel like I remember seeing like a melee skill became a spell or something like that.
A čo tu ešte bolo?
Weird stuff can happen.
Yeah. So are the crossbows exclusive to the mercenary, or are they something anyone can use?
I mean, just like anything in PoE, everyone can always use everything. I mean, we obviously, when we're showing stuff, we sort of show it as if, like, this is a thing restricted to this class, but it isn't, of course.
Čo som ešte mal?
And one thing we definitely try to do is make
Čo
sure that
zabudol?
there
Ale tu mám
are keywords
410 kg
usable
screw.
between the classes to make sure, like, even if we don't know exactly how that'll be useful, like that they can lead to.
Takisto pôjde preč, koľko na Luscrew, 1600, môžeme srať. Že mám 410 kg v Luscrew.
I mean, look, maybe in theory someone could make a
Jasné,
crossbow
rozbité
slash
veci.
mace build. I don't know how
Mám
that would
410
work, but I'm saying,
kg
like, having
Blue
a
Screw.
keywords across different classes, it just means that if someone wants to come up with something weird, they can do that.
10
So,
kg.
yeah, absolutely, you can do stuff.
A teraz, keď rozbijeme tieto veci,
I'm
môžeme
definitely going
byť
to do
OK.
armor piercing bolt, crossbow, and then
To váži je veľa. A samozrejme musíme vypáliť tie
I mean,
sračky
that's
z
probably pretty broken,
plazmy.
actually, about it stands right now. I bet it's actually like real broken.
it is right now.
With,
Nie je tam veľký rozdiel v damage naozaj medzi motorovou pílou a auto-exo.
Oh, it's using armor piercing bolts to get armor break from a distance, and then using sunder.
Nie je tam rozdiel v
on
damage
which
nejaký.
is a skill we showed on the warrior, because sunder gets always crit and higher crit damage
If the target's up.
if the target's armor broken. So when we showed the warrior, you have to use armor break, which is, I guess, kind of
Bohužiaľ to
evil
musím
strike-esque.
všetko
Yeah, you know, right in
šotovať.
the face to break the armor, but now I'll just do it from a distance. And then
Váhy,
sunder
ktoré
from a
nemôžem
distance.
držať.
There's a potential build there.
We've got the weapons swapping and the tree swapping and stuff. I
Yeah,
hope we see
it
some
works.
hybrid melee ranged.
To sú balky keramiky.
It
Yeah.
can happen.
Especially for the mercenary, I feel it'd be a great fit. But moving on a little bit, we've got the oil
Musím držať
grenade,
u
and
seba.
that effectively showed some environmental interactions, lighting a patch of oil on the ground on fire.
Ale
Is that something you
to, čo
might expand to
nemusíme
with other
toto.
skills, enemy abilities, or even like combat areas? Like, here's an oil barrel, you can light that on fire or something.
Yeah, I mean, we absolutely love that stuff, like the environmental stuff. But I mean, even with the other skills we're designing, like, I mean, things like the volcano interaction with the druid.
Teraz by
is another
teoreticky
example
už
of that
som
kind of like
mohol.
thing in the world, and then you can do something with it. I quite like that stuff. I think it's pretty cool. So yeah, I absolutely want to be doing more of that. I mean, and the more I guess state you can
Teraz by
add,
to už mohlo teoreticky vychádzať,
think
ukáž.
about it to the world where it's like, placing a thing like
Ešte
all
stále
that
to
stuff, like,
nevychádza.
more setting up for something you're going to do
Ale už sme
afterwards,
blízko,
I think
ne?
is a big part of,
415.
combos and things like that. So yeah, like I'm a big fan of that kind of stuff.
We do have monsters integrating with that as well. Like we have, to give a couple examples, we have
Ale tie zbrane budú
explosive barrels
ťažké.
with lines of gunpowder, and the lines are randomly generated, and then you have monsters with torches that will run.
Má
up and
strašne
set
málo
fire.
váhu, čo nerozumiem tomu.
We've got another one as well that throws. It's like more of an alchemist monster, and it throws two types of, I guess, flasks. Or
Počúvaj, má
concoctions,
366
and one creates ground
nosnosť.
type A, and one creates ground type B, and if they
Ja
mix,
nemám
they
rúbsak na sebe,
creating a
čo?
new type of ground type and exploding and doing massive AoE damage, like just chemical reactions.
Yeah.
Just coming up with a whole
Wow.
alchemy system for you.
Yeah.
Prečo mám takú
Very
malú
cool.
nosnosť?
So we tried it in Heist. Surprise! I don't know if anyone even in PoE1 notices this, but there is oil there that does catch on fire. It just doesn't look anywhere near as good. Just because like where the art is and where the effects is now. For
That was
PoE2
me,
is just
so-
allowing things to look incredible.
Similarly, we're seeing like more and more powerful control and utility effects. Like for example, in this clip, we saw the shots placing ice walls, and they were like blocking and taunting enemies.
Stále mám váhu.
How do you keep these sorts of effects like feeling powerful and
415.
relevant in boss fights without just kind of breaking the fight or trivializing them?
Ako to ešte povedal, takže teraz vážia tieto veci, typujem strašne veľa.
Boss fights, because otherwise there's no point in them. Like I really want it to be the kind of game where you can use that kind of more control type stuff. And I mean, like. It's funny
21
because a
kill.
lot of the designers, when we talk to them, we're like, "Hey, we should allow this," and they're like, "Oh my god,
21
like,
kill
that's-
tento
it's
beše.
crazy because like it's going to be way too easy." Like, and
21
then Marco
kill,
looks at it and
no.
goes, "It's not that broken. It's not that broken." It's like you look at some of the stuff you can do in PoE1, and I'm like, the ability to like freeze people in place with walls is like nothing compared to
21
like,
kill ten
the
beše.
ridiculousness that your character can get to. So yeah, like when you actually think about it, like
Neskočí ťažké
it's,
veci.
yeah, it's not that broken really. I mean, and we want players to have fun at the end of the day, right? We want them to be able to use those tools, and I quite enjoy it. But in particular, though, with the ice though, Those walls, once a monster gets above a certain size, they no longer get blocked by them and they run through them. They still get they explode. So Ursea, you might have
Niečo,
noticed, the
1000
baby
skills, pôjde do
wasn't able
vete.
to get through the walls, but Ursea can run through them, and then they just get that little detonation. So the skill actually changes a bit. Like against small monsters, they
Zbavíme
have,
sa
stop
toho,
attack
toho
completely blocks
21
them,
kilového.
and they can't get through. But against large monsters, the monster rolls right through it, but then they
To
explode.
váži
and get killed.
21 kg,
So it
to
kind of
váži
changes the function of
18.
the
Zatiaľ mi
boss
to podľa
versus,
váhy
the
normálne.
small monsters, and so that's why that particular skill I
Áno,
think
toto
is
váži
actually fine,
20,
in that regard. So yeah, there's
ale to
little
budem
tricks like that
využívať,
we
toto
do. I
nebudem
think- I
využívať.
honestly really enjoy the stuff we're doing with
Váži
monster size. It's
21.
never a factor in PoE1 design. Like monster size means that we can say, okay, like bigger, like the sevens to large monsters. I mean, it all
Prečo mi
makes
to nejde dať
logical
0?
sense on some level.
Bo
bigger
tam
monsters
veľké
can have
asi
this happen,
bude
small
to.
monsters have that happen, and that can kind of allow you a bit more
To
control.
sa treba zbaviť.
Does this give you, Mark, some interesting tools to play with when designing bosses?
Yeah, I mean.
Prečo mi to ide dať 0? Či by sa to malo
I've played
zmestiť, to je len
I love the
9-5.
I love the object
Ja, to
side, like,
viacej.
things pushing you around, and I
To
like the small
viacej
monster
ešte,
can't and a large
fuck.
monster can, and like things like the knockback and just the thing feeling very physical and as
To
I
viacej.
guess in real life is quite important to me. And it
Dám
makes
to
it
ešte
feel just
viacej.
way more grounded. Like you're actually
Face
in there
fertilizujú,
with
musím
things.
zahodiť.
I mean, that's something about
Ešte
the mercenary
zahodíme
as well. I know this is
79
tangential, but I'll
skillov.
just get into it. Like, when I don't know if people notice, but when you fire at a monster on the ground, like that area had babies in it, the crossbow aims down and shoots down.
Ah.
Yes, like that was a change.
Dáme
also,
411.
Whereas in PoE 1 and like if there's a
Zahodíme
little, like, a little
toto,
insect,
face
for example, down there,
fertilizujú.
you'll fire your bow.
Máme
and it
404, čo by teoreticky pomaličky
and it
malo
just-
stačiť, že
like,
sa
it doesn't
zredukujeme
feel right.
dole.
Yeah.
Now you may wonder, okay, well, how can it pierce if it aims down? And the answer is it can't.
404, tam máš 10 kg, to sa
Well, it
vyfiltruje.
goes through and then hits the ground, but like.
Už sme v pohode.
It does change the gameplay in an interesting way, but it also.
Ale
makes it
zaujímavé,
more
že naozaj
realistic,
tá
you know,
píla nemá
something
ďaleko od
that
tej
here.
sily.
One thing you didn't see in the demo, but actually like now the collision geometry for everything is actually modeled correctly to the to everything, even the stuff outside the gameplay space. So you can fire a grenade out over the buildings and like it'll hit the roofs and like bounce down on the roofs and like go down.
Tá
to the
píla nemá
and stuff.
nemá
It
ďaleko
actually
od
has
sily.
like all of that physics all working. And
There's
everything.
even those problems in PoE 1 with like leap slam, where you leap slam
Čo
off,
zaujímavé.
like over a ravine, your character will go down, up, down.
Yeah.
No more of that. No more.
Yeah, that's all. We've got
Get
lots
rid
of
of all of
yeah,
it.
like there's a lot of physical stuff. In fact, like and also just things like arrows hitting like empty space and like some of that. Like now they all exactly hit the geometry and like there's lots of.
Tá píla nemá
I
ďaleko.
mean, once again, it comes back to all the engine stuff we had to fix in order to make the mercenary possible.
116,
It was just like, we were
42.
like, okay, we can no longer tolerate all of this like not physical stuff.
116,
Anymore. We
42.
have to actually make it right. So yeah, there was a big lot of changes required, and it makes just everything feel a lot more realistic and kind of grounded, which is good.
One of the reasons why the grounded
Toto je iba 121, 32, to neuveriteľné. To je 116, 42.
And so if you can interact with the
Takže
shape,
to je 5 hore iba, ale 10 dole z
I like how it
burningu.
affects the monsters too, because instead of just shooting at a wall when you're
Toto není
up in
silnejšie,
elevation,
popravde.
they'll actually like pathfind backwards to try and get a line of sight to you with their
To je
projectile,
neuveriteľné.
Yeah.
which is
Because they take them.
Reálne
they take
motová
them
píla je
up
stále
and up,
topka.
So they actually have to find like a line of sight to you, up a cliff and this kind of thing. Like this, yeah, it's a pretty interesting.
Pretože má ten burning damage oveľa väčší.
So for demonstrations,
Opäť.
stuff, you're obviously going to be showing off
Takže v
many
podstate
different
má-
builds and combos and stuff like that as possible, like more than you typically
Má armor
have on
opäť
that.
dole, ale má burning
I'm
damage
curious
o...
then, kind of what are your expectations or hopes
10
for
hore.
through in terms of how many skills
No, tá auto exa nie je
combos a
silnejšia.
well-defined character builder seems to be running next year?
No má nej silnejšia.
I personally believe that you should have probably 2 to 3.
Nej silnejšia auto exa, to je
It's going to
neuveriteľné.
be very common. I think 3 will be pretty common as well in terms of like core combos.
Nej silnejšia, zbytočne sa s nimi
A
sál.
lot of what's going on with the boss fight or just with the monsters.
Zbytočne sa s nimi sál.
But what I quite like about the way the game plays and what we try to strive for is like you've got some
Auto exa nej silnejšia.
but like no plan survives contact with the enemy kind of thing. Like, the enemies are doing
Enako rýchlo idú títo dole.
And so a lot of the time you can have like I think you saw this on the druid as well. It's like
A hen za auto
the
exo.
the druid basically had synergy for the entire set of skills that it had.
Proste auto exa nej silnejšia.
You can't kind of get off the full combo all the time. You need to kind of like sometimes you can and you gotta keep them damage. But the rest of the time you're kind of using
A
individual.
hen teraz zoberme auto exu.
Because multiple parts of it still work together.
Ono to nie je
You still
silnejšie.
sort of have like utilizing different parts of it is still useful in different situations, but if you can kind of use everything together in one go,
Kopa nevidím tam rozdíl.
So you know, like different characters will feel a bit different in this regard, but I really do want like some like interesting combos going on, and it has to be very context sensitive, right? Like what the enemies are doing should matter, and what you.
Nevidím tam nějaký rozdíl velký.
And so, and in order to achieve that, you're going to want to have like some characters that take care of the situation.
Before we move on to Path of Exile 1 and Affliction questions, we've got just a couple more chat questions to ask. Do you need to spend all the crossbow ammo to reload, or do you get it manually as well? Like, or something like that?
Yeah, you can reload manually. So effectively, if you use the ammo store, it will reload the thing. So yeah, there is a reload.
Nevidím.
Will Path of Exile 2 be cross-platform? Will boss and monster balancing be done around WSD movement balancing, or will be keeping?
Já chuť zkusit ten druhý mod.
I mean, we're always going to make sure that it's okay.
Ten, kde by se mala točiť oveľa
But I
rýchlejšie.
wouldn't say that the balancing has to be hugely different, honestly. Like, especially with the dodge roll and everything, you can get ready to go as well. It's just that the immediacy of WSD just sort of feels.
A tam je
very-
to damage, tam je silnejšie.
You know, like I think that I don't think there's necessarily a huge balancing happening. Maybe
No, that's ultimately the same. But there's some tiny things like to give a real picky example, it's like when you flex a move, you pathfind, right? And with
Víš, to je v
that
pohode.
is technically pathfinding a little bit,
but a bit less, and so like you're more likely to run into a where if you were to click around something, your character would path
To sme
around
hotoví.
a point, your
No.
character might run into that.
Zatiaľ
and
sa na to
get
pozriem
stuck because
viacej.
You actually have to navigate around yourself.
it does pathfind in WSD.
Yes, but
Ale je to to isté. Ako, nemyslíš, že je tam nejaký rozdiel. Lebo ten oheň je slabý, to, že má o 10 viacej oheň, ale to je hovno, oheň by mal. Takže myslím, že je to plus minus to isté. Je fakt ťažké
I did
určiť.
find them a bit easier to dodge with WSD because you can like take a step back really easily when you're fighting them. When they a bit longer, so there are like a few cases there where it's like you get a bit more.
Je fakt ťažké určiť.
That's fine.
Myslím, že je to dosť jedno, či používaš Exu alebo pílu. Vyzerá, že to je jedno.
Right. So will we be seeing a bit more for from PoE 2 between now and the beta then?
Of course, you know. Well, I mean, at the very least, there'll be, you know, the next league live stream and everything. We'll definitely want to have some stuff to show then. But as we get towards the beta,
Vyzerá, že je to dosť jedno.
a lot more. And,
Či
also
používaš
want-
pílu alebo Exu, zbytočne sa s tým sral.
character class, you know, so we can sort of see like you know what to expect. I think there are also good references for the type of gameplay that a player like when you're, in terms of like when you're picking a class, like what class do I want to pick. Being able to see what type of gameplay you can expect is, I think, a good thing. So I want to have one of those for all the classes if we can.
Great, and you have a lot of classes now for deep dive, so that's a lot of
We
content.
We do.
Great. All right, so moving on to Path of Exile 1 and Affliction first. So Affliction looks like you're kind of walking through a carpet of cockroaches with a candle to scare them off. Do you guys ever worry when you design a league mechanic like this that you're going to be just scaring some players off? They're just going to nope out because of that?
No. It is a horror game, and there's a lot of horror in there already. We've had a few examples though, like just to give a small anecdote of. There was, I think, it was the last or maybe the current, the mystery box that has the spider portal in it. We actually had people like specifically go, I don't want to buy this mystery box because I have arachnophobia and I don't want to get that spider. The way I can get everything but the spider from it, and the short answer is no. But like, I mean, how does that person kill Weaver or get through?
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. But no, generally, like the game has a lot of horrific stuff in it, and as you can see from what's going on in that mercenary demo, you know, we're not pulling our punches when it comes to that stuff for sure.
I remember Eric came across a list of things not to include in games because they scare the players. Things like objects that are too sharp and pointy, or arachnophobia triggering clusters of small irregular holes. And he's like, this is very useful.
It's designed by
Add
the
these.
yeah, exactly.
Great. So, talking about mechanics, the wisps that allow you to explore the wildwood are somewhat of a limited resource, it seems. Is this a timer, or is it a distance traveled, some kind of mechanic like that?
It's It's distance travelled, but it's distance travelled into the bugs and the cockroaches and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's how much of that you can purge away. So if you run back on a path you've already been, like let's say you run up some way and then you want to go back and then go a different direction, like running back where you've been doesn't use the resource, but running anywhere new does.
I think that'll be a popular decision instead of it being like, let's say, a hard timer.
Yeah, for sure.
So how long is Adventure into the Wildwood typically? Like, how long are you like exiting your map?
Well, even typical is somehow subjective here, but obviously it depends on your character, but
Je to dost jedno, či to používám motorovat, piloval to Lexe. Protože jsem se s tím sral, ale to je v pohodě. Nikdo to nemohl vědět, že tam, lebo ta elektrická je zabagovaná. Ta elektrická ukazuje strašně malé čísla. S tou elektrickou niečo je.
I wanted something that was normalized a bit more between faster and slower players. Like you can do it at your own pace, as opposed to feeling ultra stressed. And the faster player can do it as fast as they want, and that's still fine.
Excellent. So you get these wisps, and you free them. They go into your map, and they infect monsters, and you make them have more loot. Are they like more likely to choose more powerful enemies like Raven Bosses, or
They are more likely to pick bosses and higher rarity monsters going down. Yes.
And otherwise there would have been like no chance for multiple wisp types to go into one monster, right? So yeah, we had to make it so that it was relatively likely for that to occur, but it doesn't always happen.
as a typical part of Exile player, I immediately thought of abuse cases for this. Can you like kill all the monsters in the map except the boss, and then just go in and come out, and then free the wisp into the boss only?
Thankfully, as we're also PoE players, we have also thought of this. We don't think of everything, but at least in that case, no, it is a chance per monster. So if you clear the whole map and then go and do it, the resultant is, well, it's actually detrimental for you.
Yeah. And the wild always appears at the start of the map. So that means that you always like have the chance, like that way you get the most.
What do you
call it? Equity or drop equity or whatever out of doing it. So like
a little like Delirium with a mirror would spawn.
Exactly, it is exactly.
Oh,
yeah. Great. Well, you guys have thought of it.
We've done this for a while.
So cool. Yeah. So some players love mechanics in maps, and others seem to love ones that cause them to take a break from map. There's definitely some divide there. Interestingly, I noticed that Affliction is a little bit of both. It's a portal, but it juices your map afterwards. How do you folks like to balance the desires of the player base to in leagues like this?
Well, ultimately, we just like to do a bit of all of it. Sometimes it's out of map, sometimes it's in map, sometimes in this case it's a bit of both. Like there isn't really some, elaborate decision that goes into it. It's kind of like we feel like it's time for one or the other.
I mean, we definitely have discussions of like, oh, we've done a couple of an area ones that's doing out of area one. Oh, we've done some out of area ones that's doing an area one. Like, in this case, we were like, it just sort of felt good to have both things. So, like honestly, we try to have a variety.
So it's kind of concept, at least, that I use internally, is what shape is the combat. We want to try all the different shapes we can do, and we haven't run out of shapes yet.
This shape technically is whatever shape you want to, because you can run. So it's an undefined shape.
I have to always look out for my co-op buddies. How does Affliction work in multiplayer?
So once you die, you can't go back in. Just worth noting. Like technically that's multiplayer or a single player, but only.
I need a team of good agents. But I just have the slow horses. Right, make this quick. I've got other things to bully. I'm busy.
No one's the house is busy.
Come on, get on with it.
A team from MI5 has gone rogue. And Mr. Andish is going to take him.
I need a team of good agents. But I just have the slow horses. Where's the trace? That's what I'm looking for. Ex-military.
You can wipe your slate clean.
Okay. There's another game being played. It'll probably leave me worse off. I just can't see what this one is yet.
It's an honour to be selected for field work.
Shut up.
Got it.
Really? Check the CCTV. I'd be amazed if you hadn't missed something.
I still have oversight of the slow horses. Lucky me.
There are men outside with guns. Some backup might be handy.
Well, I'm busy.
Okay, thanks. I'm sure the situation will resolve itself.
They're my private friends. Justice is coming their way.
We have to limit the collateral damage.
Everyone in that vicinity is coming out in a body bag.
Who's smiling?
Yeah, your cars are you. What would you have done if I'd have killed every one of them? If they threatened to kill you, on the other hand, I'd buy them a beer and a bullet. Oh, there you get.
Points, and then they'll give you a quest if you step into that class to find more wisps or kill some monsters. So like real basic quests, all done within the forest, and then you get your 4th point, and then 3rd and 4th points, and then you have a quest to kill like a mini boss, and you give you 5th and 6th, and then the final 2 points are from killing the final boss of the league, which is probably relatively difficult. Like that's a 80 level 83 kind of, you know, maybe equivalent to say like Lycia from Sanctum, or not quite pinnacle boss, but like just below it kind of thing. So that will be hard. So you could argue the first 6 points, the first 2 points are really easy. The first 6 easier than probably say Labyrinth or the North Ascendancy equivalent, but the last 2 points will be quite a lot harder than the regular Ascendancy 8 last 2 points.
And this is in parallel / addition to your existing Ascendancy class and its progress. You have 2 classes here to character.
Yeah, and that last one that was revealed is like a little bit of everything. pretty cool. Liz Johns. So the unique spectres from the Breaker of Oaths, including bosses like the Hydra, is certainly a surprise. Can you have more than one Hydra spectre, or like an army of bosses?
You can have up to your spectre limit of Hydras, but they cannot be dissipated. So once you have it, once you have the item, you buy it from him. You can only spectre it once. Once it dies, then you have to buy more of them. But yes, it will be hard to find them.
You can trade.
Yes, you can trade for them. I really wanted this whole, like, I wanted you to be able to find the NPC and then be able to effectively buy something from them that could be worth multiple divines. Hydra could be worth multiple divines. Like, let's see if we can do that.
No, you can buy these and trade them even if you aren't that class.
Yeah, of course.
So there's a reason to look at the shop for all of the NPCs, regardless of whether or not you're that Ascendancy class, because other people
Talk about the fragility of the Hydra.
Yeah, well, it is worth noting the Hydra's health in particular.
Budem používať oheň.
So you do have to keep it alive.
Potom ten fuel využiť.
The spectres in general they're pretty interesting. There's a lot I've tried to go for where we've gone and tried to give stats that other builds wouldn't use. Like,
Buď využijem ten oheň, alebo to zahodím.
One of its properties
to zahodím, čo?
your owner, as in the player has 5% more attack damage, or melee attack damage. I can't remember which of those two. And then if you get all your spectres, you can get like what, 40% more attack damage. But
Dobre, tepe ti ho. Je čas rozbaliť. Je čas zase trošku rozlustrovať tieto veci. Trošku rozlustrovať pár výher v basketbale. A budeme každý deň dávať jednu výhru v basketbale. Takže ten basketbal sa trošku spomalí. Každý deň sa dá jedna výhra, aby sme nevyšli z úplného tempa. A bude Path of Exile a bude sa hlavne rúbať, v podstate útorok sa začne rúbať Fallout, streda, štvrtok a do piatku večera sa bude tvrdo rúbať Fallout. Streda, štvrtok, piatok sa bude do večera tvrdo rúbať Fallout a potom sa to Fallout zoberie s rezervou. Nedá sa nič robiť. Když máme Danielsa, som tu ja, je tu Jones Williamson. Dean, Herman Jones, Murphy, Alvarado, Vaughn, posledný Hawkins. Je zranený Colum Ingram, ale záchol sú naspäť day to day, takže Milwaukee Bucks, to sú trošku drsnejší páni, ale
We've been talking about your three-point rating, but let's talk about the defense.
There is an 85 steal, so it gets silver steal bad to silver.
And just about to get. And a good Thursday evening to you. 2K Sports presents the NBA. I'm Kevin Harlan alongside Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony. Here are the starters for Milwaukee. We'll see the talented pair of Middleton and
Damian Lillard.
Damian Lillard out there with Pat Connaughton.
Damian Lillard, to bude problém.
And for the Pelicans, front court full of star power with Ingram and Zion. Daniels out there with Little General, and it's Vaughn in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. With the majority of the season behind us,
No, to preselo do Vaughna.
for teams that have postseason aspirations.
Kevin, ideally, this is the time of year that you want to be hitting your stride. So you have to make sure you're on the same page.
Neviem prečo dal Vaughna, prečo mi presala rotácie, ale
Middleton against Ingram. Middleton can't get it to go. And so it's Williamson with it. He brings it up for New Orleans. They traveled to Milwaukee last time they faced the Bucks, and they came away with a win.
Well, you look at the points they produced in that game, great adjustments on the offensive end.
they
It's
got
really
good.
hard to stop them when they're in a groove offensively, and they were in a comfort zone all game long in that.
They grabbed their own miss, and he gets the bucket.
Just a grinder, always doing the dirty work on the offensive glass, and that's one of the things he brings to the table.
Pass it to Connaughton.
Posel rotácie.
Shoots over Ingram. Another miss by Middleton. For New Orleans, they've gone 2 for 4 from the field so far today. And a fast break now for the Pelicans. A nice shot by Little General.
And every year, Williamson seems to take
Posel
lead
rotácie.
as a distributor. Great pass on that one.
Lillard, good, and the assist goes to Middleton.
And once he got to the 10, I think he was surprised to find
Neviem
himself
prečo dal
that
Vaughna.
wide open.
Well, this early, they should be showing a lot more energy on defense. Not that.
Coming good.
And their offense already in a flow, some stellar shooting to jump out to this game.
Quality looks they're getting, and they're capitalizing on them, guys. They have to be happy with this start offensively. Well, he's got to be kicking himself for failing to make that shot. That's money.
Daniels passes it to Little General. To the middle, and stolen by Lillard. Here's out to Tacumbo. They get it back. Zeller inside. Working on Williamson.
150 reboundov im dajte, 150.
You've got to get a body on him because if you don't, he's going to hurt you on the offensive glass.
Down low. A nice shot by Little General. And it's 8 points for Little General.
And he's caught fire this quarter yet to miss a shot.
To the inside. Here's Williamson and foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line.
Defense is all over Zion, but Williamson doubles down and draws a foul while able to get the shot off as well.
And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the Pelicans.
And right from the jump, they've been working hard to establish themselves inside, using agility and power to get shots in the paint.
Cultivating a lot of assists right now, which is beautiful to see. Love the way they're working that ball around.
Trey Murphy's checked in for the Pelicans. Jones comes in for Dyson Daniels. Beauchamp passes to Kaminsky. And Milwaukee calls their first time out of the game.
And they just can't seem to get going offensively.
I think this timeout, guys, is where you draw up some plays that are guaranteed to create some high percentage shots.
And here's a look at the power rankings. Now that we've gotten into February, plenty of data to considering to go on. You take a look at Los Angeles. They couldn't hold their position this week, but remain in the top 10.
I think for New Orleans, they were projected to be one of, if not the best.
Chcem mu dovoliť zavesiť sa.
One of the most clutch players in our game. Lillard takes pride in being that guy.
Nice angle on that replay with the AT&T 5G Slant Cases.
And he can do a lot more damage to the rim than that when he wants to.
Oh, you're right. Well, with the lead they're enjoying, I'm surprised he didn't put a little something extra on that one.
Well, I think he did plenty of damage nonetheless. I mean, it was only with one hand, but he still threw that down pretty hard.
Good on the bucket.
And now you see them starting to really work the ball inside.
And here in the first quarter, with a little over 3.5 minutes played, taken away. Here we go, one-on-one. And Jones with the stop.
Their play on both ends has been superb. We'll see if they can maintain the momentum.
And you know, nothing like getting an opponent on the ropes early. You love that if you're on that side of the scoreboard, and they are landing some haymakers now.
To Ingram, and he drops in the way up off the glass.
The chemistry has been terrific. Really impressed with their offensive execution.
You know, the defense has really been kept off balance because of the outstanding passes. 4 straight field goals have been made off an assist.
Lillard from outside. Milwaukee the rebound. Here's Tucker, and it's blocked. To the plate, here's Little General, and here's the second time to finish it off.
Really seizing the momentum of this game, but doing it with a methodical approach.
And you know, that involves pounding it inside, getting as many points as you can right at the rim. That demoralizes the team.
Drop that bucket. Ingram's got his second basket of the game.
And really keeping the ball hopping around here offensively.
The last 5 trips they've had have ended with a great pass leading to a basket. They're really sharing the sugar.
Here's Lillard. The pass to Nesmith. He gets it up. And the last second attempt does not go in for him. And so it's New Orleans with an 18-point lead as the quarter comes to a close. And thanks to their outstanding defense, the impact Damian Lillard has had on this game has been minimal. We'll return.
Damian Lillard. What the fuck he wants? What the fuck Lillard wants? A bullshit pepperoni?
This game has not exactly been neck and neck, but plenty of time left in this one. And a comfortable margin for the Pelicans here, guys.
What the fuck Lillard wants?
First period, they love to push in transition at every opportunity.
Yeah, I like the way they play. They're looking to get up and down the court every time. Racehorse basketball here tonight. Strap it up. Don't look down. You'll miss something.
They've got Zion Williamson.
Si dankujem na vlastnú hlavu.
Little General. Then it's Herbert Jones. And it's Vaughn at the center, locking down the middle. That's the Pelicans' time as we get into the second quarter. And now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Thanks, Kevin. Little General in the last game against Boston put on a show. He had 34 points, and his active hands were on display again with a lot of steals. An amazing performance. Probably won't see a night like that anytime soon. Kevin?
David in stretches, he was absolutely done. Greg, he'd love to match that performance tonight.
This team needs his contribution. When he's right, he makes winning plays time and time again.
For sure. And draws so much defensive attention that it opens up opportunities for others.
And here's a look at some numbers for Chris Middleton. Special K, in your playing days, you were such a strong defender. Who was the toughest player you had to guard?
Hey, I appreciate the love, partner, but strong defender attached to my name back in the day would not mix well, if we're talking truth. But I will tell you, the hardest guy I had to deal with was Bernard King. He gave me fits. He was relentless in his pursuit of the pumpkin, They ran a bunch of stuff for him when he was playing for the Knicks, and that dude could put it in the basket.
Got a piece of it. Having another steal. And that's his 6th steal of the night.
And closing as well at the defensive end. And I think that play sort of sums up what we've seen tonight. Just simply being outplayed both sides of the ball. Smart basketball defensively, turning into easy points.
Inside, here's Beauchamp. Good. And is
Danke si na vlastnú hlavu.
Beauchamp's got 8 points.
Giannis's teammates know he's selfless. He's going to get the ball to the open guy, and it's on you to find your shot.
Ah, too long, too crack.
Is some tough defense there against one of the better finishers in our game.
Looking at the Bucks, GA, they've made the playoffs every year since 2017.
And Kevin, as long as Giannis is at the helm, that streak should continue for a while. He's arguably the best player in the world. Guys want to play with this kid.
Antetokounmpo with the bucket.
Muscle Antetokounmpo has added over time, really helping him when he faces contact like that from the defense.
Jones, the best to Little General. To the inside. That's number 9 to fall. He's only taken 10 shots.
Just no resistance on the inside. That's their 5th consecutive make in the paint.
Those looks they're allowing are almost automatic.
And Jones slams it in.
Well, so often we see this transition buckets off turnover.
And we know turnovers are painful and costly. You get loose with the ball on one end and get punished on the other end.
2 minutes remaining in the first half. Here's Antetokounmpo. And it's Daniels with the rebound. New Orleans leading by 20. Little General. And the lead is good after a nice lead pass. Little General's got 8 here in the quarter.
Fantastic ball movement. They're picking them apart with their passing.
Purposeful passing it is, partner. The last 10 points have all come off assists.
Now a timeout called by Milwaukee. Fresh from a win against Portland.
Yeah, and that one, they just locked it down defensively. Challenged shots and really protected the rim.
Well, I tell you what, I think you got to really appreciate the grit. Getting dirty, staying engaged. That's really what defense is all about.
So it's both teams making substitutions here. Lillard scanning the floor. .133 left now here in the second. Milwaukee. We're at the break of the action. Let's show you the teams that have been making their points work especially hard over the past 10 games. Pelicans, number 1.
I mean, they've been impressive on the defensive end, and they may have caught a few teams on off nights, but you've got to give them credit. They've made scoring a chore when you look at their opponent.
First free throw is good.
You can do it, Dean. You can do it. We believe in you. You put the second too.
And so he hits both. 1:30 left in the first half of the game. Three-pointer, Lillard. And the rebound goes to the Pelicans.
A slight rebound advantage for them. One more column in and it's all adding up.
Well, you take a look at all of the stats, the team stats that is, and that's one of the many areas that they've had the advantage. And as a result, they've got a big lead.
And
come on, Ingram.
Yeah, he just
I thought he got it.
Missed it.
Was
has
free.
No one to blame but himself.
Was free.
They get the rebound.
You can just see the frustration growing on their faces. Nothing going their way.
You know, guys, no denying it's been a rough patch here. I think they've got to run whatever is best in their playbook to get a good
They
shot.
really got me.
There's 47 seconds left
Oh,
in the first half.
you made a mistake.
That's Neesmith. Good for the basket. Starting off.
They really got me, these bitches.
Lillard's passing game, a thing of beauty. Got that ball to a guy who had a quality look and got it to him more time.
He has his fingerprints all over this first half. He was just shooting it so efficient.
And here's Lillard. He brings it up for the Bucks. At the conclusion of this game, they're off to Washington, where they'll face the Wizards. That'll be the second on the road in the midst of this long 4-game road stand. 29 seconds left in the first half. takes the three. Cranes it from beyond the arc.
Really, Lillard? Really?
37 points.
You're a beast,
That was
man.
big because they dug a big hole in the first quarter, but starting to show signs of life.
Sometimes, for whatever reason, a lot of times you don't know why. It takes a little while to work the knocks out. But it looks like they're putting it together right now.
And Little General gets the whistle that time. That is his first foul of the game.
Second team foul. Coming onto the floor.
9 seconds left in the second quarter. Lillard from outside. That shot is off. Got it up. And no luck with that time on the buzzer beater. And so it's New Orleans holding a very comfortable 25-point lead as the quarter comes to a close. From the field, they have been outstanding. Amazing shooting. That's what has them headed to a blowout.
Tieto zranenia nás dosiajú, lebo nedáva odsýpať Hermana Jonesa, nedáva Jonesa odsýpať. Robí z toho sračku ten tréner, robí z toho sračku.
And as we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next two quarters are any different from the first two. So far, it has been a runaway. Fantastic game from Little General in this one.
What a welcome surprise that first half. Went above and beyond his usual scoring output.
Well, you know what? They've given him an increased role tonight, and he's taken full advantage of it.
Zranenia nás vytierajú, že majú tí kokoti.
Middleton and Giannis slot in at the small and power forward. Damian Lillard out there with Pat Connaughton. And it's
Zranenia.
the 5 down low.
Yeah, that's two.
Vytierajú rotácie.
Passes it to Vaughn to the paint. Boom! He jams it straight down.
And slams it home and gets some camera time on the end of it.
He did. He spent a while up on that rim, didn't he?
The refs are much more lenient with that kind of situation than they used to be.
And now let's send it over to the sidelines and get a report from David Aldridge.
Thank you, Kevin. Chris Middleton is a huge part of the Bucks' offensive attack. Giannis says we need him to be aggressive in taking over games. Asked whether down the stretch he needs to be the one to take over. Giannis says, nah, I trust this guy to death. If he wants the ball, he gets it. Simple as that. Kevin?
You're so right, David. The trust factor is definitely there. Thanks for the report. A rim-rattling two-handed jam.
Watch out below. When Middleton rises up like that, remarkable at punching it down on him.
Zion, ty primitívne hovno.
Williamson looking it over.
Prečo mi to dávaš teraz?
On the pass to Little General.
Chcel som dať tomuto imbecilovi.
Pocket 6. And he takes the fantastic lead pass up strong for the slam.
Outstanding decision making by Ingram there, working it to the open man. Really good possession.
Now a timeout called by Milwaukee.
Well, it's been an express lane to the rim. Coach can't be happy about that.
Well, you know, I think he's going to.
Nemôže byť happy s tým, že zase rotáciu vysral a nedáva odsýpať Hermana Jonesa. Namiesto toho dá skúreného Hawkinsa, lebo tréner je mentálne náhnitý. Si myslí, že Hawkins je lepší ako Jermaine Jones.
Hawkins comes in for Daniel. And it's Little General in for Jose Alvarado. Tucker the pass to Giannis. Back to Tucker. Pass to Neesmith. Now Tucker. And there's the pass to Lillard. Off target from three-point range.
Having a hand up in your face makes such a difference to a shooter.
No daj mi to, daj mi to.
Knows how to defend the three-point shot. He's not going to just give it to you. He's going to make you earn it.
Knocked away. On a fast breakdown for the Pelicans. Finishes the play with a slam.
Well, if you don't take care of the ball, fellas, that's what can happen.
Absolutely, Greg. That makes the turnover even more painful.
What? You mean the throwdown at the end? I'll tell you what, fellas. I mean, the highlight shows are going to pain them even more.
And so it's New Orleans holding a very comfortable 25-point lead as the quarter comes to a close. And they've created a bunch of turnovers with that terrific team. Back to the action in just a minute. And while we can now, let's take a look at today's State Farm assist of the game.
And definitely deserving of the prize tonight. How about the read he made here? Looking like a point guard, put the pass right on the money.
Terrific versatility coming from a big man. Not something that the majority of big guys possess.
Sam si nám vystriedal. Naozaj to spravil. No ten tréner je zaostalý. Mentálna kurva. Vždy, keď máme zranenia, tak sú veľké problémy. Posere rotácie, boj zaostalý. Plné odsere rotácie.
So that's the group out there for New Orleans. Middleton for three, drops in the tray.
Daj mi Hawkins, Lewis Jr. Čo ty tu robíš?
You know what? Teams can get a little three happy down the stretch sometimes, letting it fly.
It's a nice passing here by New Orleans. To the middle, here's Little General. Oh, that was no action.
The finish was nice, but the setup was bad.
The pick working the full.
Posiela rotácie.
And you know, not enough help from the defense there to compensate. He gets a clean look, and that's exactly how you draw it up.
And finished off by Kaminsky.
You know, the thing about Kaminsky is he is a
Daj mi,
skilled
daj mi,
shooter,
daj mi, daj mi.
but also a factor near the rim, too.
Ingram passes to Little General. It's good. 38 points for Little General.
And despite the size disadvantage, attacking the heart of that defense.
You know what, guys, honestly, I didn't think he'd win that battle. I mean, that's a lot of height to give up.
Pretože posledné rotácie. Daj mi, Zion.
Now that is some real industrial size strength right there.
2 minutes.
Ingram against Allen. Off to Lewis.
Bože, vy ste kokoti.
Here's Little General. And it goes down 2 points. Little General has got 40 points.
Given the size disadvantage, you have to have a lot of confidence to take that shot.
Mám to
And you know what he
confidence.
does? I mean, in the NBA, you've got to have ways to score over defenders of all
Daj
sizes.
mi, Hawkins.
And perimeter scoring, I have to imagine it was a topic of discussion at halftime.
Certainly, I mean, they saw a weakness in the perimeter.
A posielajú to. Mne si zdá, že ma dáva na shooting guard alebo niečo.
Do your thing on the alley-oop.
And Lillard kicks to Kaminsky, driving the lane, and finished off by Kaminsky.
Posielajú rotácie,
One
no.
team is just completely
Zion.
the other tonight.
Prestel by zo seba kokockú
And it
kurvu.
really ignited what is turning out to be a monster win here for the Pelicans.
It was a standout performance across the board.
I mean, it was like watching a cat play with a mouse. They were able to do more or less whatever they wanted.
And on the year, looking at their record, this team will make it 49 wins.
And playing this team only twice on the year, you have to feel good about their strategy and execution.
Zion,
Tonight
to
they
je ono.
completely
Poď ideme, máme klasické.
And what a tremendous standout performance it was for Little General.
Ja nechápem, ako sa mi stávajú, jak je možné, že sa mi stáva, jak kurva.
Nobody could do much to keep him from dropping.
Zion, Lewis. Svojíme klasický trend.
This is a guy that you can't afford to be careless around.
Little General, he's good. Ingram with the assist.
Zranenia nás vždy odserú, zranenia.
And it's just competing, you know, giving your best when it matters most.
Zranenia nás odsierajú, zranenia nás vytierajú.
View a huge injection.
Daj mi Lewis. Robíme klasickú rotáciu, dobre?
It's always great to get into a rhythm, but do it when it matters.
Now they're playing with urgency. They could have done it much earlier before the game was out of reach.
Pass to Kaminsky. Down low. Shots good by
To je v
Middleton.
pohode, ešte jeden dáme.
Nice job.
Daj mi, Ingram, prosím ťa, Ingram.
He's a high percentage shooter from there.
There's a 4-second difference from the shot clock to the game clock. Pass to Lewis. Here's Little General. Ingram deciding where to go with it. Over Zeller, and it's New Orleans scoring again.
they made the most of their opportunities, looking comfortable and locked in throughout the night.
Boy, they've given their fans plenty to cheer about, that's for sure. Effort, skill, coaching, they've done it.
Substitution in the fourth.
So we see the Bruins taking it up and do.
Koliko mám? 44, 46, 46 tuším.
And you know, this game could really be a defining one for what they can do when they are playing at their best. I mean, even here at home, no doubt helped, and the execution was flawless.
And that about wraps it up. For Clark Kellogg, Greg Anthony, and David Owen, this is Kevin Harlan thanking you for
On
watching the...
pretre rotácie, ten primitívny terán, vždy ich pretre. Totálne to vytre. On vytre rotácie masívne, ako sa dá. 2000. To sú mentálnou degeneráciou. A na to, ako vytal rotácie, ten primitívny tréner. Úplný kokot. Z nejakého neznámeho dôvodu dal Vona. Z nejakého neznámeho dôvodu je pre neho dôležitejší. Jones sa dal úplne dozadu, úplne retardovaný. McCollum v rezervách. V pohode snad to nevytr McCollum. Proste Jermaine Jones nás kľúcový 6. z nejakého neznámeho dôvodu. Z nejakého neznámeho dôvodu títo majú zase, poviem ti to. Všetko to komplikuje, tieto sačky. Z nejakého neznámeho dôvodu je tento zase tu. Kde je oni? Von je 9, Hawkins je 10, to sedí. Tento má 20 bodov, tento 25, Dino má 35. Tento má 34. Tento má 34, tento má 34. Tento má 25. No. To, že vytiaž rotácie je síce pekné, ale nie je to až také pekné. 82. Post-hook, post-fade. No, ako na tom vyzerá Daniels. Poviem, tie zájmy nás vytiajú. Vždy sa niekto zraní a vždy sa to pretrá rotácie na totálnu sáčku. 72, 73, 76. Potom títo páni nemôžu. Takisto Jermaine Jones, to je úplne kľúčový zabijak. Pitches ho nedáva odsypať. Dobre, 38, 34, Daniel Zinga, Vince Dean Jones, Herbert Jones, Murphy. Von posledný. Murphy je tušíme PF-ko, nie, to je PVS, ho potrebujeme teda. Dobre. Teraz by to malo sedieť, ale toto jako imbecilov zase.
Silver skill badge to silver glove is really important this year. Also 75 Premier Ds, 65 interior D. So I feel like a lot of people when they make guard builds, especially shorter ones, they kind of just don't care too much about defense. This build, it's kind of well.
And preparing for battle, each guy with his own approach to getting ready for what should be an excellent matchup. All right, let's take a look at New Orleans' starting lineup. The Duke connection alive and strong with Ingram and Zion at the 3 and the 4. Then there's Dyson Daniels, and it's Little General in at the point. And for Orlando, Ben Carroll plays the 4 with Carter Jr. at center. Then it's OG Anunoby. Then it's Cole Anthony. And it's Howard in at the 2-guard spot. Well, we've got some explosive athletes out here tonight, Grant, and front row seats to watch them.
You know, BA, they're going to be stuffing that highlight reel all night. I mean, you can feel the energy in this place. The crowd is definitely ready for it.
And it's going to be the Magic off the tip. Now here's Anthony, guarded closely. Pass to Carter. Anthony outside. Now here's Banchero. 6 on the shot clock. The baseline J. And Anthony gets it to go on the assist from Banchero.
Tough shot for a young player. No hesitation in the mid-range by Cole Anthony.
Little General. And the powerful one-handed slam.
Are you serious? That is some power from a point guard.
Oh, I love backcourt players with some ups.
We know versatility is huge in this game. Just a tremendous job finishing that play. Wow.
Well, the officials were right on top of that.
The flat-out hustle of Wendell Carter Jr. is something you have to appreciate.
I think, BA, we can all appreciate a hard-playing big man. But you have to remember, Wendell Carter Jr. has now proven himself to be a legit threat from 3. He rebounds it nightly on a consistent basis, and that offensive game is getting better and better.
And they're going to count that bucket, and they'll send him to the line. It could be a 3-point play.
Shooting for the Warriors, number 23. At the line for 1.
One shot.
Idem postupne 1-1. Asi.
About a minute into this first quarter. Got a piece of it. Here's Anthony. We saw him with 19 his last time out. And it's Howard off the drive. It's hauled in by Zion Williamson.
Well, we love his ability to attack the rim. He just loses a little bit of focus and misses the chippy.
The shot, no good. Oh, nice D from Carter. Here's Anthony. And he banks in the layup.
Zase vůbec snažil, čo?
Unafraid to take on anybody, willing to finish through contact. Yes, sir.
To the middle. And down it goes. Jam that one home.
Daniel zná to nemá, či čo tedy.
Always fun to see point guards who can elevate above the rim like that.
Oh, a strong mindset and even stronger finish.
Boy, it's incredible how much explosive scoring ability can come from the lead guard position. That is a big-time play.
New Orleans calls timeout. And guys, this is the first they're seeing of the Magic this year.
And they swept the team last season, got the upper hand, and sustained the momentum.
Well, a year ago, there was a big gap in talent between the two teams. But changes are always made, and we'll see how they match up this time around.
Now here's Ingram. 8 points in his last time out. Oh, and there's a one-hand jam.
An excellent job of reading the defense. As Ingram's court vision continues to improve, so will his playmaking.
Grant, it's fair to say this Magic team is still coming into its own as far as the youth on the roster.
And not a lot of NBA service time up and down the roster, but tons and tons of talent. I mean, they've done very well constructing the roster.
To je problém, Zion, to je problém. Trochu problém máme zase s tebou. Nedávaš mi na čas.
Defense is right there. Anunoby against Ingram. Anunoby can't get it to go. Here's Little General. And there's the slam. To finish it off.
Getting up and then throwing it down.
Oh, that was a big hammer right there. Pass to Daniels. Here's Little General.
2 minutes remaining.
Williamson with it.
2 minutes.
To the inside. Hey, he's now 6 for 6. He is cooking right now.
And you like the balance here. Not just falling in love with the 3-ball.
And it's Anthony with the ball for the Orlando Magic. 6-point game. Orlando calls timeout.
There's just a lot of wide open lanes to the rim here. That'll drive your coach nuts.
Well, poor rotation, poor communication. There's a lot to figure out right now.
So Orlando ends up going with a new group. Already it's February. Let's see how things look out west. Taking a look at the Pelicans. They're in first place right now with a tremendous record. They're certainly the team to beat.
Checking out the Pelicans, there is a lot of talent on this team, and they deliver. They're having a great season, and it's only left their fans wanting more.
Well, how about the momentum they have built to get off to this fantastic start? All positive vibes right now for this group.
And it's Pelicans ball. They're on a 13-5 run.
Oh, nice one-handed jam there, BA.
Hey, little exclamation point. 1:21 left to play in the first. Here's Little General. We saw him go on a scoring rampage last game. He was unstoppable. And the basket by Vaughn. And a look at how the hustle game has been going for New Orleans.
Well, their hands resulting in plenty of steals in the early going, keeping the opposition there off balance.
You know, also, they've been incredible on the fast break, taking those chances, playing with great pace.
For Orlando, they've gone 3 of 6 from the floor. Black passes to Suggs. Here's Black. Pass to Houston. The 3 is up. Gets the 3 ball to go.
Defensively, you have to stay connected to him on the perimeter.
New Orleans in the lead. Little General passes to Jones. And he jams it after taking a nice feed on the run.
Man, that was fast. They're already up by double digits.
Wow, they've come out strong. Control the pace, assert their will. Nice.
8-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. Here's Black. And he says right back at you with a big dunk in his own.
Outstanding pass, on time and on target.
Pass to Jones. Down low. Here's Little General. And that one is stopped right through.
They're not wasting any time putting their stamp on this game. What a start.
They've been doing it largely at the offensive end. If the defense does not adjust, this could be a blowout.
Jones' shot is good.
They've been very effective so far. A balanced attack at its best.
On the offensive end, it feels like they're getting the shots they want, and defensively, they are connected and on a string.
And so it's the New Orleans Pelicans, a sizable lead of 14 at the break. How about the way they've attacked the paint? This throwback approach is paying off. And more NBA action on 2K Sports coming your way right after this. Great to have you with us. Second quarter of basketball. This game has not exactly been neck and neck, but plenty of time left in this one. Boy, guys, the Pelicans have been rolling along.
Well, coming into tonight, maybe you thought they were going to settle for perimeter jump shots. Nope, that's not the case.
Now, they've certainly made the commitment to pounding the basketball into the painted area, and boy, is it paying dividends.
And Carroll plays the 4 with Carter Jr. at center. Then there's Anthony. Then it's OG Anunoby. And it's Howard in a 2-guard. So that's the lineup on the floor for the Magic.
Thanks. Little General in the last game against the Bucks played some superb basketball. He had 46 points, and at the other end of the floor, he's a thief. Such an impressive effort. The team relied on him, and he delivered.
Thanks, Allie. Absolutely. He was a one-man show in that one, Grant.
Yeah, he was not going to let them lose that game. See if he comes in with that same mentality tonight.
One of the things I like about this guy, he's able to up the intensity whenever needed, and players really feed off his energy.
Morton Tuck. Look at the pace of the game now. That has to be a big factor in load management.
BA, there's no doubt that the game is more spread out and it's played at a faster pace. So much, though, goes into that load management discussion that is so volatile at times. Here are the facts, though. People are more aware because of the data we have from medical science that the season is challenging. And so teams are going to manage their greatest resource, which is the players, carefully. Load management is not going anywhere.
And that's what happens when you don't take care of the ball. Hey, that makes the turnover hurt even more.
At the end of the day, though, it's 2 points. Don't hang your heads. Let's get refocused and play with more patience.
Back to Pokuševski. Knocks it down from distance. Pokuševski's got his first 3 points of the game.
Well, Pokuševski's shot ready on the catch. His mechanics are really solid.
Here's Little General. Oh, a big finish with a one-handed jam. Wow. I'll tell you, such an advantage having a playmaker who can get up to the rim and finish. Now that is what every team wants.
Oh, you love it. Fearless, aggressive, leading. No doubt whatsoever.
Here's Houston. On the wing, Suggs. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. And finished off by Stewart.
Jalen Suggs has proven early. If you're open, he's going to find you. Pretty pass.
Inside, deflects the pass. And as it goes out of bounds, New Orleans will keep possession. He clipped the ball there, but not enough to nab the steal.
But a really good read on his part, being disruptive at the defensive end right now.
To musíš robiť lepšie, Jones či Chelsea.
And so here is Orlando, down by 15.
Viacej mazanejšie.
After a tough loss they took at the hands of the Pacers. They just couldn't get into a rhythm offensively. They didn't shoot it well and also didn't get the best of looks.
I think even when you get quality looks, there was an inability to stay consistent. It is hard to win on a cold shooting night in today's NBA. The scoring is just too good.
Releases from 15. They get it back. Black. No good with a layup.
Never easy to stop this guy from him, but that is a beautiful contest right there.
And so it's the New Orleans Pelicans looking in total control with this 17-point advantage as the buzzer sounds. They just can't miss right now. And after a very lopsided first half, we'll see if things play out a little more evenly in the second. Black's gone 1 for 3 from the field here. So for the Pelicans right now, Ingram and Zion are small and power forwards. Then there's Dyson Daniels, and it's Little General in at the 1.
And even from where we're sitting, you can clearly tell it was a foul.
At the line for the Pelicans, number 23, taking 2 shots.
And he knocks down the first one. He's off on the second. And so Anthony will bring it up for the Magic. It's an 18-point game. A quick look, no good that time.
Maybe he rushes that just a little bit, who knows, but he couldn't have gotten a better look than that.
Now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Well, the Pelicans have developed a tremendous chemistry. Coach Billy Green said quote, all of those guys have played the game. They want to be unselfish and make sure their teammates are involved. We're really fortunate as a team that our top guys bring that mentality on a nightly basis. Brian?
Yeah, chemistry and leadership, they have it. Thanks, Allie. Daniels passes to Little General. And he converts the layup. Little General's got 32 points.
And force feeding the ball inside. I mean, no reason to go away from what's working.
Pass to Daniels.
Mal si strieľať tú trojku.
Howard with some nice D.
Showing great intensity around the rim is part of why he's a respected defender.
Nossa, estrela.
About his work defensively, the ability to challenge and change shots without fouling.
Here's Daniels to the paint. And Carter with the block.
When Carter Jr. works hard on the defensive end, these rejections become commonplace.
Down low.
Skål.
Carroll. Oh, Ben Carroll throws it down.
Skål.
How good a playmaker
Škoda, že nestrela tú trojku, ten spičený Williams.
Always trying to
Či čo, to je
create for
spičený
others.
Daniels.
New Orleans
To by
calls
dal.
timeout.
Yeah, coach no doubt wants to use this timeout to review the matchups and maybe make some adjustments as well.
And the guys get a little bit of a break, mentally, physically, just recharge here quickly.
Jones, he's checked in for Daniels. To the inside. Got a hand on it.
He's been off this whole period, unable to sustain any kind of consistency.
Anthony feeling it out a bit. Howard against Ingram. And even the players have expressed concern about load management. Changes of foot, or is this the new normal correct?
Well, BA, I think protecting players from injury is smart to do. But maybe the ticket sellers need to highlight the back-to-back games so fans are well aware that some players might be sitting.
Gordon Tucker, he's checked in for Anunoby. Gordon Tucker can't hit. For New Orleans, they've gotten just 1 of 5 shots to drop since halftime. Drives to the hoop. Soft touch off the glass.
Assist goes
And
to
the Pelicans lead by 16.
And he's just crushing them with plays like that. I mean, just continuing to pile it on.
You want to make sure your opponent knows they have absolutely zero chance of a comeback. Nice finish by him.
Then Carroll passes to Anthony. No good with the triple. The Pelicans have got just 2 of 6 in the second half. Here's Little General, and he goes in for the dunk.
Wow! Always fun to see point guards who can elevate above the rim like that.
Oh, strong mindset and even stronger finish.
Boy, it's incredible how much explosive scoring ability can come from the lead guard position. That is a big-time play.
Gordon Tucker, the pass to Carter. The Pelicans pull it in. They'll face the Spurs at home after this one. That game starts a nice 5-game homestand for them. Ingram deciding where to go with it. And another basket for New Orleans.
They have no answer defensively inside.
For Orlando, they've gone 3 of 7 here in this third quarter. Orlando calls timeout.
They're hoping to turn things around with this timeout.
Yeah, this is why you hate to lose momentum. It can be hard to get it back.
it's time for T-shirt.
So both teams changing it up here. It's February. Let's see how things are shaping up in the East. You look at the Magic. Right now, they're in 9th place. Definitely not the kind of success they envisioned at this point of the season.
Right now for the Magic, they're really doing their best to rise through the rankings. Time will tell whether they can pull it off.
You know, it's got to be frustrating for them. You can't dwell on the past. You've got to think forward, work together, and play for one another.
And the Magic making a change here. Anthony's checked in. Rebounded by Ingram. For New Orleans, they've gone 4 of 8 in the third. Pass to Jones. To the middle. Here's Little General. And they pick up 2. Little General's got 7 points for the quarter.
Making plays at both ends of the floor, and it shows up in the box score.
Well, what I love is the energy they're bringing right now. They're ignoring the scoreboard and playing hard.
Jones misses.
God damn it, te voy a tirar Jones.
And here's Anthony. He'll bring it
Quedó
up
sin
for
tomado.
Orlando. Oh, Ben Carroll throws it down.
No, that being decisive by Carroll up the triple drive leaves no doubt.
Right side Jones. Inside. Here's Little General. Oh, a great 1-2 punch. Beautiful pass and a nasty jam.
Are you serious? That is some power from a point guard.
Oh, I love backcourt players with some ups.
We know versatility is huge in this game. Just a tremendous job finishing that play. Wow.
Not gonna go that time.
Ove to pomaly, ako chcete.
Ingram pass to Little General on the wing. Jones
Otočí sa okolo teba.
outside Jones. Outside for Ingram. Takes a three. It's rebounded by Banchero. The three from Suggs. Oh, no good on the last second attempt there. And so it's the New Orleans Pelicans with a commanding 22-point lead going into the break. Well, when you win the battle of turnovers, you typically win the battle of possessions. We'll be right back with you shortly. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist to the game.
You talk about painting a magnificent picture with that, Don. Just a great decision and a perfect delivery.
We call that putting it right in the pocket, and he knew what to do with it once it was there.
And with the fourth quarter upon us, time is running out for this game to become competitive. All right, time for an injury report.
Thanks, guys. I got a status report from the Magic's head athletic trainer. After taking a look at it, it seems just to be a sore wrist.
Well, and Allie, it appears that he needs some work done before he comes back to this one.
And we all know that if it's something he can play on, he'll be back. Oh, no doubt.
We've got Isaiah Stewart and Carroll out there with OG Anunoby. And it's Black in at point.
Daniels,
That's the lineup on the floor for the Magic. Carter, he's checked in for Banchero. Here's Little General, and he dumps it down.
He almost brought the basket down on top of himself.
Oh, there's hang time, and then there's the time to hang. So it's Orlando now. Here's Black. Anunoby on the wing. Here's Carter. Tipped. Now the Pelicans in transition. Here's Little General. It's hauled in by the Magic.
A perfect example of how to protect the rim.
That boy, to have someone back there who can erase your mistakes, what a big-time asset defensively.
Howard, the pass to Stewart. 4-3, knocks down the tripper.
Well, offer no resistance defensively. He's going to knock down the three. It's really that simple, guys.
Outside Jones to the paint. Here's Little General. Ducks it hard with one hand. Wow, he makes it look easy.
Woo! When you finish like that, you deserve to brag.
Impressive, no question.
How about that from your point guard, gentlemen? Playing big at the rim. Okay.
To the inside. And he takes it in for the layup off a very nice feed.
Daniel.
Little General's got 44. That's tipped. Outside Carter. Oh, there's the alley! And stolen by Jones. To the middle. Here's Little General. And a missed layup. The Magic have gotten just one shot to fall out of 3 attempts in the fourth. Carter from outside sends it home from three-point land.
Backing up that last three with another three. The defense has to stop giving them so many clean looks.
Down low. Little General. And he takes the fantastic lead pass up strong for the slam.
He's the leading scorer tonight, being aggressive, and so far, no one's found a way to slow him down.
For Orlando, they've gotten half of their attempts to fall in the fourth. 2 for 4 now. It's hauled in by Black. Orlando's gone 2 of 3 from beyond the arc here in the fourth. Over 2.5 minutes in the books here in the fourth. And it's slammed in by Carter.
In pursuit of the basketball, that extra effort paying off for Wendell Carter Jr.
There's the AT&T 5G Slam Can, capturing the moment.
Come on, man.
Pass to Daniels. Outside Jones.
Remaining in the game.
Uses the glass to finish the layup. Little General's got 48. And the defense has no one to blame but themselves. I mean, they just let them get right to the rim.
To me, this has simply stated been a complete lack of defensive attention and focus all night long.
To the inside. Up and in from the low block.
Assist goes
And taking a
to
quick look here at the hustle stats for
23.
the Pelicans. Yeah, they've collected an impressive number of steals so far, using fast hands to force some turnovers and then scoring on the other end.
I think it's also important we have to acknowledge how many scoring opportunities they've created from their spectacular defense, getting a bunch of points off turnovers.
Well, the scoreboard tells you everything you need to know about this one. A great showing here for the Pelicans. Pretty clear who the better team was today. They dominated in just about every phase of this game, Grant. BA, it's almost hard to think what didn't go well for them. Their plan, their execution, everything was absolutely on point. And certainly a point of pride. They've now won 50 games this year. With this one all but in the record books, they set the tone in the first of what will be only 2 meetings between these teams. And of all the highlights and performances we've seen here tonight, the one thing that stands out is what an unbelievable night it's been for Little General.
I think his steals tell the story. This guy was a disruptive force, and I don't think you can underestimate how important it is for a team to have someone in that role.
And Grant, with the idea of league expansion, some have worried in the past that there's not enough talent to go around. You see that? You know, quite the contrary, BA. I mean, the league's in a terrific place for talent, and there's definitely the depth for more teams to join the fray. A line change here for Orlando. It's both from the stripe. Anthony with it. Pass to Pokashevsky. A minute 4 left in the fourth. Houston, no good. Clean look from mid-range. Coach will probably want to run that play again. Little General passes to Vaughn. Here's Daniels. Out left to the wing. Shot clock at 6. Here's Little General. And again. That's 52 points for him. Making it all look too easy right now. Finishing the game strong. This is how you shut the door on any hopes of a comeback.
No question. They've got hot at exactly the right time. Clutch play on a team level.
Here's Vaughn. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up.
First personal foul. Second team foul. Shooting for New Orleans. Vaughn. 2 shots.
Von to premení obidve. Von je dobrý three-pointer.
First one falls for him. That one falls, so he hits both of them. And here's Anthony. He'll bring it up for the Magic. There's 21 seconds left in the game. Uses the glass on the layup.
I love it when guards are willing to get on the inside and go ahead and make plays. Cole Anthony, a scorer by nature.
To the paint. Little General. Oh, he jams it straight down. And they knew it wasn't going to be easy to win on the road, but they've controlled the pace on this one.
And sometimes when everyone's rooting against you, it seems to bring the unit closer together. It certainly did tonight.
And so New Orleans takes this one by a large margin. This one wasn't even close. The hometown crowd was waiting for a miracle that never came. Yeah, but this team was consistent throughout. They met every challenge, and they earned this dub. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Doris Burke, Allie LaForce, and Grant Hill, and all of our crew, this is Brian Anderson thanking you for watching this 2K Sports presentation of the NBA. We'll see you next time.
Evo posledný zápas, dali sme si 2 zápasy, 2 krekrky. Ne, zlé. 53 zápasov za nami, už sa bude odsýpať iba 29 zápasov. Influence Free Agency už môžem. Tak to je jasné. Potrebovali by sme hlavne Peče Banče označovaný. Koľko máš potenciál? 84 Shangun. Aký si rebounder? Nie je moc dobrý. Máš aspoň reboundovské badge? Máš rebound chance a box out beast, ale nie si najhorší. Máš iba 6-11, ale... Kessler. Nebudú lepší. Claxton. Claxton je sáčka. Je tu dva. Tohto by sme potrebovali získať, toto je makač. Toto je makač, toto je ten, koho potrebujeme. Toto je makač. Duran. Holmgren. Zubak je asi tiež dobrý, čo? Možno má potenciál, to lepšie nebude, ale... Zubak nie je dobrý. Duran, Holmgren, ale Mark Williams je. Mark Williams je makač. Má tuším 84, 81, ale on už aj nepotrebuje. Box out beast, chase down artist, on je solidný. On je strašne dobrý rebounder. Jo. Mark Williams. Takže Mark Williams, Holmgren, Durant, keby sme podarili z týchto získať. Durant, Holmgren a Mark Williams. Toto ako vyzerá. Chlapina sa snaží. Dean sa snaží samozrejme tiež. Ale free frame išli na 73, čo je solidné. Draw fouly hore. Defenzívnu konzistenciu má solidnú, speed akceleráciu má OK. Silu má OK. Jermaine Jones je masívny štramák. Midrange je close shoty, 3-pointy. A layupy má takisto solidné. Free throw má solidné. Shoot IQ solidné, pass accuracy OK. To je mazec tento. Ofenzívna konzistencia solidná. Veľmi solidný šmaci. Von je klasik. Von je slabý. Tento je mal Čelskovič v pohode. Tým pánom povede na miesto Jordana Hawkinsa, CJ McCollum 6. Jones je 6-4, 205. Ale sme na tom solidné. Damian Lillard. Pôjdeme na Lillarda. Lillard je solidný. Ďalší bodík pôjde sem. Koľko? Tak ďalší bodík. Ešte pôjdu dva teda do speedu. Potom dáme akceleráciu. To má dá na 90, toto je namaxované všetko. Už sa blížime v podstate k finishu. V momente, ako spravíme tieto dve ball handling, to nie je až taký drahý. Najdrahšie sú tieto speedy. Tieto sú. Toto nebudem maxovať tak skoro trojky, ale doma. Ale už sme pekne vykryštalizovaní. Takže v podstate pôjdeme po Lillardovi. Damian Lillard má tu 90, takže ho zoberieme. Zoberieme Lillarda. Curry má 92, bohužiaľ to v živote nebudeme mať. Ale na Lillarda budeme mať, ten sa 90 má. Lillarda budeme mať len či budeme mať na Lillarda aj tu ball handling 90, to nebudeme mať. They are restricted. Chris Paul. Máme na Allena Iversona. Máme na Allena Iversona. Máme Chrisa Paula. Zoberieme Chrisa Paula. John Wall. John Wall, Chris Paul. Iverson, James Harden. John Wall, Chris Paul. Takže máme na John Wall a Chris Paula. Len to z jedno. Ono je to jedno, Damian Lillard je fajn. Ja tak nepoužívam tie dribble movie. V živote ich používať nebudem, na čo tam to pozerám. Na čo tam to pozerám. No ale už sa to kryštalizuje. Jones. Daniels má 6 asistencií. Daniels je dôležitá súčasť. Jermaine Jones má tej asistencie 5 bodov. Toto je potenciál. Prospect untouchable. Tohto uznávajú. Tak oni ho uznávajú, lebo má solidný layup, solidný close shot, solidný midrange, trojka jak dielo, rýchly jak dielobuch. Výbušný a rýchly dielobuch, ktorý vie točiť tie fragy. Jermaine Jones. Daniels je klasik, no. Daniels sa tiež pekne vyzná vo fachu so svojím potenciálom 85. Je zaujímavé, že má defenzívny rebound taký vysoký. Čo solidná. Mal lepší solo defenzívny rebound ako Ingram. Čo je absolútne nepochopiteľné. Ingram na to nemá. Slabé reboundery sme, no. Teraz dáva do veľmi ťažkých situácií. Šesťdesiatdeväť, 61. Dean má 73 iba. Najlepší rebound je Dean. Aj ten je namočený v strašnej biede. S jeho reboundovaním, ale aj tak naostajem asi v tomto klube. Uvidíme. Tu vysoká šanca, že po tejto sezóne už tam nebudem. Uvidím, aké kontakty sa mi podajú získať a kde. No. Je fakt zaujímavé, že Gregory Knox má označenú ako expendable. Neuveriteľné. Gregory Knox sa to makača. Brunson, Jalen Brunson. Playmaking. Oh, floor gun. Toto je makač. Williams je makač. Zaujímavé takisto, že Williams majú označené ako expendable. Týchto makačov, dôležitých trtičov tabaku. Brandon Miller. Aké má reboundovanie tento? No. Na to, že SFPF je to OK. Celticovia majú Hunter a ten mazec. Hunter je strašný mazec. Tohto v živote nedajú, ale... Tento má 90 potenciál, 91. Ako tohto keby tí Peachesovia získali nie Deana, ale Huntera, tak sme závodil. Respektíve sme závodil, no. To je defenzívny 95, ofenzívny 84, teda to všetko šmikne. Solidnou silou, solidným vertikálom. Potenciál 91. Ale bohužiaľ, no. Ešte bol nejaký? Sa nepamätám. Viem, že pamätám si Hunta a Knoxa. To je asi všetko z tých mascov. Hunter Knox. A ešte bol Chad Meyer tuším nemal. Chad Meyer nemal. Škoda, že sa zbavili Valanciunisa. Nechápem, zbaviť sa Valanciunisa bola veľká chyba, pretože on tie pakety dával. Naozaj solidný. Bol veľmi dobrý rebounder. S nimi sme mali reboundy a kolete sme točili a tí piči sa ho pustili preč. Tí piči sa ho pustili preč, no. Bol mazec. On je stále mazec a tí piči sa ho pustili preč. Garza to ešte má potenciál. Rebound je úplne hovno. A jasné, že sú túto... Jeden z týchto mal ešte tesný potenciál, len ešte to nebol. Ne, tento bol prvý dáv dalej k hovnu. Holmgren nemá kač. Takisto. Holmgren takisto nezískateľný. Poviem, ja potrebujem byť v klube, ktorý má tučného centra. To je to, čo potrebujem. Tučný center, ktorý to vie reboundovať. Tušíme takisto nič. Uvidím, akom klube skončím po tejto sezóne. Ale chcel by som ísť do týchto Spursov, oni majú tohto Wembanyamu. Sice non-stop zranený, ale potenciál 95. Pičný Francúz je solidne rýchly. Defenzívna konzistencia, 86 defenzívny rebound, 75 ofenzívny, to sú solidné čísla. Blok má nejakých tých koľko, 92. Na tie layupy 79, standing dunk, 73 driving, close shot. 88, 87 midline, 81 free. To je zabijak. Takže a dokonca vyhrať aj PF pozíciu, to znamená, keby sme ho dali na PF. Tak máme tučných reboundov ešte v tej pozícii. No uvidím, v akom klube skončím po tejto sezóne. Šengun je tiež dobrý. Uvidím, možno ostanem u Pelikánov. To nikto nevie. No ja sám neviem, či ostanem u Pelikánov alebo nie. Koľko. Robinson je dobrý, ten otočný potenciál 83 alebo 4. Alebo iba 82. Ale on stačí. On má ofenzívny 95, defenzívny 77. Počkaj, to je Robinson, toto je iný. Tohto nechcú pustiť. To je core pre nich, to je iný. No máme Dína, bohužiaľ. Dina, ktorý to vôbec nedáva. Tohto mal na 4 roky po vyťukaného, stále si ho poistili. Toto si poistili na 5 rokov, takže Ingrama si poistili. 5-ročný kontrakt, 4-ročný kontrakt. Tých dvoch si poistili, že tí určite ostanú. Dean má ešte 2, takže ten určite ešte bude. Aj von. Neviem, prečo ukazujú Hendrixa, že je dobrý. Keď je úplne govno. Jeho potenciál je sáčka. Jeho reboundy sú, ne? I guess. Ale tento je úplne govno. Mali by si skôr poistiť tí Pichusovia. Daniels a to asi nieko nechcú. Neviem prečo. Len to je kľúčový. A Daniels sa očividne chcú keby pustiť preč. Daniels sa si nepoisťujú. Čo problém. O tento je kľúčový, ak sa stratí Daniels, tak utrpia. Arba Jones má ešte 3 roky, takže tam sú v suchu. Má Jones. Takže jediný problém, ktorý majú, je, že sa chystajú pustiť Danielsa preč. A Daniels je kľúčový pre nich. Takže to je veľmi zaujímavé. Jackson. Jokic je rebounder. Ofenzívny nie je moc, ale aspoň defenzívny. Reálne to, čo potrebuje z odcentra je rebounding. Ale Jokic dominuje v útoku a v týchto sáčkach. Oliver Maxim. Kessler je dobrý rebound, ale žiadny potenciál je v hovne. On ho dosiahol, už lepšie nebude. Ale už lepšie nemusí byť. Má ofenzívny 90, defenzívny 85, čo je tučné. Thomas Lynch. Tento na to má ako? 81, aký má rebound. Tento je tučný rebound, jak hovno, holy shit. To je makač. To má 95. A 94, holy fuck. What? To je strašný makač. Tento je masívny makač, takisto. Lynch v Orlando Magic. Potenciál má síce iba 81, lenže znova. On už lepšie ani moc nemusí byť, pretože ako slabý strelec, ale aspoň close shoty má 91. Čo je tučné. On je skurvený rebounder. Neskutočne tučný. Lynch je tučná vec, no. Tučný blok takisto, 78. A rýchlosť je veľmi dobrá, 65. silný jak dielo, solidný vertikál, stamina. Durabilita solidná, áno, Linji ešte má kačík dielo, no tento. Linji ešte má kač. Linji je tučná vec, no. No ja sa aj tak najviac by som chcel odsypať s Knoxom, Gregory Knox. Trošku to s tým roztáčať. Je makaček dielo. Alebo s Wembanyamom trošku to roztočiť. Ťažko povedať. No dobre, uvidíme, ako klube skončíme, uvidíme, či sa podarí posilniť center týmto pitchusom. Ako tento nemá zlý potenciál, len tie reboundy sú strašne biedne. 70. 57, to je katastrofa. Center, ktorý nevie reboundovať, je úplne hovno. Ale aspoň, že má 70. defenzívny, takže I guess 70. Najhoršie. No, taký medium. Potenciál ukazuje 95, ale to zase chátra. No uvidíme, ale Spursovia za ním Wembanyama 19.30, títo sú ešte solidní, títo z nič podľa toho. Čaká nás veľa zápasov. A na to, že mali Maverickové zraneného Dončiča, tak sa stále držia na 3. mieste, čo je silná káva. Uvidíme. Ale koniec sezóny je ešte pekne ďaleko. Tam sa tak skoro nedostaneme. Tam sa tak skoro nedostaneme. Znamená. Títo hajzli tu koho dali? Never sink. Keep the pitches never sink. Support gym changes. Matters Teaching, to je tuším tá vec, ktorá v podstate sa mi zdá, že aj tak hovno. Ale ona má 2 level všetkým minion gemom. Ale ten drop rate bude mizivý. A čo som zvykol používať vlastne? Štít, jasné, ja tam používam štít. Lebo sú štíty, ktoré sú strašne tučné. Jasné. To je tak jedno. Tam sú strašne tučné štíty. This will send us the changes. What's that to my minion melee damage? Increased effect of maim. Recover 2% of life when supported skills. To je tučná vec. Recover 2% života, keď sa padne skilly kámo. To musí byť ani zlé. Musí byť ani zlé. Som zabudol na toto. No. Fuck. Nemusí byť ani zlé. Nemusí byť ani zlé. Piče, som zabudol na hento, že hotové. Nič neviem to spraviť. Táto liga bude podľa mňa zaujímavejšia. Vyzerá byť táto liga zaujímavejšia.
Would you like to see the greatest horse in Calpheon?
Want to use the horse market? Good for you, but you have to give me my share for the trouble.
Vyzerá byť tá liga zaujímavejšia. Tieto veci vybavím raz na to. Ja sa musím na to ešte pozrieť. Čo sa týka basketbalu, pekne sa fútruje. Uvidíme, či ostanem v tomto klube, alebo pôjdem do iného. Pelikáni ma strašne frustrujú, že nemajú centra. To je dosť frustrujúce. Atlas changes. Čo je Transfigure Gems? Takisto ma zaujíma, čo spraviť s Ascendancies changeami. Nič. Nevidím tu žiadne nejaké zmeny, nejaké kľúčové monster balance, to je nič. Nevidím tu nič, čo by naozaj. Toto je dobrá vec. To je dobrá vec. Zombies no longer attack against an area of effect slam. What? What? Toto to úplne presovať, toto neviem, či toto neviem, toto vyzerá byť totálna katastrofa. Toto vyzerá, že zombie sú zabité. No. To mi sa zdá, že ten slam robil najviac. Bez toho slamu neviem, aký bude robiť damage. No to neviem. To vyzerá byť dosť zlé. Toto vyzerá byť dosť zlé. Toto vyzerá byť dosť zlé, čo spravili. Ako neviem, nakoľko. Neviem, nakoľko ten zombie slam pomáhal. Ale toto vyzerá byť ako totálne veľmi zlé. A to je zlé. Aký bol damage, ukáž? Kde to je vidno? Ktoré to bolo? Alebo base damage 470 až 800. Kam by evednutý a dával area of effect. To je úplný konec. To neviem prečo spraviť takúto kokotinu. Podľa mňa to úplne odsel zombie. Podľa mňa to úplne odsel zombie. Toto je úplne sačka, čo sa... Neviem, prečo to spravili. Neviem, prečo to robili. Ale nevyzerá to dobre. Podľa mňa ten zombie slam je kľúčový bol. A teraz ho nemajú. To je problém. No uvidíme. Ale to nevyzerá dobre toto. Teraz asi budeš potrebovať kvôli tomu splash. Si myslím. Toto není dobré. Ako podľa mňa to odstavilo zombie. To je veľmi zlé. Podľa mňa. Podľa mňa ten zombie slam bol strašne veľa. Jediné, že by nerobil. Lenže to bol AoE damage. S veľkým oným. Neviem, toto podľa mňa úplne odsej zombie. Jediné, že by nie. Ale sa mi nechce veriť, že to neodsej zombie, pretože to bol AoE damage. S veľkým, ktorý sa dal evadovať. Toto podľa mňa odsej zombie, to bol AoE damage. Ako majú grasp, majú Mondragon grasp, takže... To ich ešte môže spasiť. Ale... Uvidíme. Uvidíme. Ale dobre to nevyzerá, to je fakt. Možno bol ten slam naozaj slabý. Možno budú teraz silnejší. Možno budú silnejší na obyčajných bossov. Ale takto, to neviem, Ako Mondragon Grasp stále ich udrží na úzde asi. Lebo keď zabijú niekoho, tak vybuchne a spôsobí AoE damage okolo. A viem, že oni sa zvykli zastaviť. Možno to bude lepšie, lebo viem, že oni sa zvykli zastaviť, zabiť ho na prvý slam a potom ešte aj tak na mieste búchali. Na mieste aj tak zbytočne ešte búchali 2 slamy, kde už neboli žiadni nepriatelia. Takže čisto teoreticky z tohto aspektu by som nemusel nejako nič zmeniť, malo by to byť asi to isté. Rozmýšľam. Ten slam... Na bossu by mali byť silnejší. Pretože urobia oveľa viacej autoatakov na toho bossa. Ako slamov a tam je... Takže na bossov budú silnejšie, berme to takto. Na single bossov budú oveľa silnejšie tie zombie. na single bossov. A čo sa týka wave clear map, tam mi to nejako extra si myslím tiež nemusí vadiť. Bude tam Mondragon Grasp, takže budú vybuchovať tie kokotiny. Budú vybuchovať. No uvidíme. Uvidíme, či si všimnem nejaký brutálny prepad v silách zombie. Budú mať viacej života. Kvalita im spôsobí, že môže byť o jedno zombie viacej. Čo v podstate nie je nejako extra dôležité. Pre mňa. Mne to nebude nejako extra riešiť veci, si myslím. O väčšinu tá jedna zombia nespôsobí nič. Uvidíme. Zrušili zombiam slam attack. Ak im zrušili slam attack, prečo im zrušili zombiam slam attack? Prečo to zrušili? Zombie's default attack has a higher DPS than the slam. The slam just has AoE. Možno budú silnejšie. Možno budú silnejšie. Aký minion používam vlastne? Ja som objavil nejakých nových minionov, ktorých som si obľúbil. A už neviem, ktorí to boli. Aký nový minionov som si obľúbil. Tuším, že to neboli tie, ktoré chrlili tú. Tie som myslel, že vždy zomeli. What? Wait, what? Takýho pič mi to neostalo vložené zas. Voilà. Teraz neviem, aké heslo mám. Piče. To malo ostať uložené. Kokotina. Ten problém. A možno budú tie zombie naozaj silnejšie, možno ten slime to celé iba komplikoval. Možno ten slime to fakt komplikoval. Možno ten slam to naozaj iba komplikoval. Možno naozaj boli slabšie s tým slamom. Možno naozaj boli slabšie s tým slamom. Ja som nejaké nové zombie, nejaké nové objavil. Prečo mám takúto onu? Nemá byť takáto. $1600 na 1024 sa mi zdá. 1600 na 1024. Takto to mám byť. Ja som nejaké nové zombie mal, som zabudol, aké musím si to pozrieť. Takže nakoniec som používal tieto harpie. Áno, používal som Spirit Shield so zvýšeným damageom. Naozaj som používal harpie kvôli tým debuffom a tým sračkám. To sa mi podarilo 6 linknúť. Jasne, ja som to 6 linkol s onými. Jasne, to sa dá robiť manuálne, to vychádza. Takže manuálne sa to 6 linkne, máš tučné 6 linknuté zombie. Jasné, a potom tam musím dať tie biele do toho, ja sa musel trápim s tým. No, takže je to zaujímavý proces a používam takisto Carrion Golema, jasné. Jasné. Takže nakoniec ako pekne som potiahol, znovu potiahneme. Ako začiatok je vždy dobrý. Začiatok je vždy dobrý. Takže jasné, ja používam jeden fosilizovaný štít, ktorý zvyšuje minimum damage a dá mi tónu štítu. Áno. Takže okolo 7000 by som mal mať štítu. 7000. A nakoniec som išiel chaos inokuláciu predsa vďaka tomu štítu, vďaka tomu, že toto bolo tučné, jasné. Jasné, tučná helma. Takže áno, keď mám 7000 štítu, respektíve keď mám tých 6000, tak môžem ísť chaos inokuláciu. Neviem, ako rýchlo som išiel chaos inokuláciu, popravde. Ale išiel som nakoniec, keď sa mi podal zohnať vecičky. Ale išiel som až keď sa mi podal zohnať vecičky. No dobre, uvidíme. Takže nakoniec som používal tieto harpie. No dobre, uvidíme. Uvidíme. Pravdepodobne naozaj tie zombie budú silnejšie, pravdepodobne. No, budú bossov hlavne, bossov, a o bossov vždy ide. Budú silnejšie asi, lebo oni na prvý slam ho zabili a potom ešte stali na mieste. Zbytočne stali na mieste a do vzduchu dali ďalšie ešte hity. Takže teoreticky zombiam by to malo prospieť, to že im dali preč ten slam. Lebo ja im stále môžem dať melee splash support. Oj. Uvidíme. Potom pomôže Pitchersom, ktorí používali Feeding Frenzy. Kto používal Feeding Frenzy? Iba Golem, iba jeden. Bude to zaujímavé. Power Exile je vždy zaujímavý. Vychádza to tak 20 dní, sa točí Power Exile v priemere. 20 dní. A ako dlho som ho točil. Dá sa to zistiť, dá sa to pozrieť dozadu. Vždy zabudnem, ale vychádza to na 20 dní. Takisto je dobré, že tu zvýšili silu buffu 20%, to je solidná vec. Ale keby bol problém, jej môže dať melee splash. A reálne s tým melee splashom. Keby bol problém s clearom. Ale nemyslím, že bude problém s clearom, pretože to vybuchovanie, to fixuje všetko. No uvidíme. Uvidíme, ale zombie mali byť silnejšie podľa toho, čo sledujem. Keď nebudú mať ten zombie slam. Ten zombie slam bol asi naozaj slabý. To bolo zase viacej života. Nebudú mať strašne veľa života, budú nezabiteľné. Toto je veľmi dobré, že im dali tú elementálnu rezistenciu, to im brutálne plísne. Oveľa dôležitejšie ako minimum movement speed. Keď bol problém s tými zombiami, nemyslím, že bude problém. Myslím, že zombie budú ešte silnejšie teraz. Preto ten zombie slamým spôsobom strašne pomaly v podstate. Uvidíme, no som zvedavý na to. Som zvedavý teraz, keď budú iba auto atakovať, že? No určite budú silnejší na bossov. To je istá vec. Možno kvôli tomu to zmenili, že proste... Možno kvôli bossom to zmenili. Dali preč ten zombie slam. Uvidíme. Už nakoniec som išiel chaos inokuláciu. Áno, lebo som mal ten štít. S tým štítom sa to dá. Potrebujem pozrieť, chcel som pozrieť, čo sú tam tie kokotiny. Čo sú tam tie... No uvidíme. To sú iba repliky. Čo sú to za kokotiny? Torment Anarchy, Beyond Blind, Expedition, Ultimatum. Kokotiny. Anarchie, kokotina. Songboxy sú kokotina, to je kokotina. Beyond sú sáčka. Nevidím to nič také.
Something moves in the middle. It hungers for more.
Vlastne tuto sú nejaké veci ukázané. Nejaké sáčky. Tu sú pekné sáčky. Tiež pekné sáčky. To vyzerá ako sáčka, tie sokety. Čo je toto? Zaujímavé. Press socketed jam. Toto vyzerá byť zaujímavá vec. Ale to by dalo iba plus 4. Pretože odpočítame 8. Plus 4 k levelu. To je hovno. Úplne kokotiny. Raise zombie of falling. What the fuck is this shit? What the fuck? Masáčka. Ne, zatiaľ to vyzerá veľmi rozpačito. Veľmi rozpačito. To sú Warcry a iné sáčky. Toto sú života. To je úplne hovno takisto pre mňa. To posledné. Barskin. Defenses from equipped body armor are doubled if it has no socketed gems. Toto môže byť strašne tučné. Je to problém, ale dá sa s tým žiť, ako nemusí mať silou mocu 6 linknuté zombie. Keby som mal zdvojnásobené defenses, toto je zaujímavé, no. Basic elementálnym rezistenciám, ale takisto ja mám tam gemmy, s tým sa dá žiť. To nie je zlá vec. Tuto by mi potom stačili topánky, hociaké sračky, ktoré majú movement speed, ale stále by som mal. Alebo rezistencie by som brutálne boostol tu. Barskin skill, to neviem čo je. To je zaujímavé. Zdvojnásobné defenses body armor, to vyzerá zaujímavé. To vyzerá zaujímavé. Zaujímavé sáčky. Zaujímavé. Takže v podstate jediné, ktoré prípada do úvahy, je to prvé. To sú všetko. To práve vyzerá byť ako najzaujímavejšie. Ten Warden. Pretože už iba keď zoberiem, že by som úplne v kľude mohol obetovať 50 všetkým elementálnym rezistenciám by som mohol mať. To sa úplne v kľude dá obetovať. Ja nepotrebujem toľko sokitov. To znamená, mohol by som mať helmu, ktorá mi za každý okolnosť dá 50 všetkým elementálnym rezistenciám. Čo mi brutálne uľahčilo veci. Alebo by som mohol mať rukavice s žiadnymi socketnutými gemmi, čo im brutálne uľahčilo veci. A to je zaujímavé. Ako reálne, keby som obetoval aj golemov, aj spektra, že by som na to vysral, že by som mal iba čisto zombie, tak by som mohol mať, respektíve keby som obetoval golemov, by som mal slabých, obetoval by som nejaké veci. Nepotrebujem vôbec movement speed v topánkach. Môžem mať zdvojnásobený energy sheet alebo evasion z body armor. To je tento bude zaujímavý. Bude to zaujímavé, táto liga bude zaujímavá. Čo je price kit? Táto liga bude najzaujímavejšia asi z posledných líg vďaka týmto kokotinám. Aj toto je zaujímavá vec. Tento barskin skill. Toto je zaujímavá vec. Barskin a toto je zaujímavá vec. A to je všetko, ostatné sú hovna, ktoré ma nezaujímajú. To sú všetko hovno, čo ma nezaujíma. To znamená, reálne mi stačia tuto, 2 bodíky a tuto. No, táto liga bude veľmi zaujímavá. Vďaka týmto extra ascendancy klásom. Vďaka tomu, že môže mať Valve Blessing, toto im môže zdvojnásobiť defenzívu. Toto mi môže zdvojnásobiť, ak by som pustil 6 socketové zombie, tak môže mať strašne veľa evasionu. To je masívne veľa. No táto liga je zaujímavá z týchto sáčiek. Ďalší týždeň to vypukne, ďalší týždeň bude zaujímavé. Lebo ja môžem pustiť tie veci. Bo čo mám tu? Tu iba trénujem 2 multistrajky, Tu mám determináciu, ktorú potrebujem jedine. Tu takisto iba trénujem multistrajky. Očividne. To znamená, tu by som mal decoy, determináciu, decoy, determináciu a to je všetko, čo používam. No tým pádom by som úplne v kľude. A to aj tak a Spirit Offering, decoy, determinácia, Spirit Offering. Vidíme, že ja tu aj tak iba trénujem veci, vidíme, že ja nepotrebujem toľko socketov. Tu aj tak iba trénujem veci. Decoy, determinácia, Spirit Offering. Decoy, determinácia, Spirit Offering, tuto môže ísť disciplína. A ešte mám stále voľné 2. To znamená, keby som išiel slabšieho Carrion Golema, to znamená, išiel by som mu iba ako support. Dá sa to spraviť, keby som silu mocou chcel. Úplne v kľude sa dá. Toto bude zaujímavé, to sa dá tweakovať. Pretože ja môžem do jedného a nepotrebujem silou mocou. Nepotrebujem silou mocou tieto veci, dokonca ich vôbec nepotrebujem. Teoreticky ani tie spektre. A teoreticky ani toho Carrion Golema nepotrebujem. Hej. To ne, ani jedna, ani to nehajú až tak rolu. Ako Carrion Golem mi stačí, no toto bude zaujímavé, to sa bude tweakovať. Dobre. 5 hodín 25 minút, 5 hodín 26 minút.